Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Shannon, writing on the opinion of S.C. Huston, author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to provide a 12-hour-long marathon sprint. And I think it probably will go 12 hours. I mentioned early in the week, if you're in my chat, so I might end just slightly early because my son was supposed to come in today around 8 p.m. my time. But he texted to say he got a late start to his morning, so now he's not coming into 10. So I'll be here the whole time. And who knows how long we'll be here. Right now it'll be 12 hours. Yeah, so roughly probably anywhere between 8 to 10 sprints, I think. And I do 1 hour long sprints. And so that's the goal. And you're welcome to use these sprints for whatever you need. It doesn't have to be writing. It could be reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you, whatever it is that you want to accomplish. Rita is also sprinting right now. I just dropped her link in the chat. And so just in case if you want to go over and say hello, I know some people are here from Rita's stream, so thank you for hopping over. And so the goal for me for this sprint, today, is to get some writing in. So I was already planning on doing a 12-hour live stream because I was gone all last week, and YouTube doesn't like it when you take a break. And I had like all these plans of things I could do, so my channel was still getting some activity on it, and I didn't do any of them. So this is my way to kind of hopefully kickstart the algorithm just a bit more. And especially before I head into the end of the year where I take a month-long break. And then I decided, you know what, I'm going to start on the next 3 stories in my short story collection or novelette collection, whatever you can call it. The stories are, I think only one's below 10,000 words. The rest are between 10 and 12,000 words. And they are complete short stories. And the first 3 stories I've already revised. I'm already seeing where I need to do some more revisions. But I've got a couple readers going through them. They really like them, which is really cool. But the next 3 stories, I need to get those revised again, or for the first time. I think 2 of them I haven't revised at all. So I just drafted them, and now they've just been sitting. So revising them and then getting them so I can get them ready to go to my my readers in December. So that's what I'm going to be working on. And I'm calling the series Bound to the Elements. Before it was Brides of the Elements, which I kind of liked because I have Brides of the Dragon Kings, which is my main series in this world that I'm writing and I've been writing on for a while. And so I kind of like that, Brides of the Elements. It was just kind of something I brainstormed when I was brainstorming ideas for the short stories. And then the first one, there is a marriage, but there's no marriage in any of the other ones. And I thought, okay, they're not exactly brides, so what else? So as I came up with Bound to the Elements. So I really like that. And so I don't know if you guys saw the cover image to this live stream, and that's actually for I put the little symbol up in the where you can go that way, this way. That way. I can't turn my hand that way. I don't know what I was trying to do. So up in the corner there, it's just something I kind of put together. It's part of my mock-up that I'm going to give. I think I'm going to use, what is it called? Get covers? I think it's called Get Covers. They're make really cheap covers. Like, not that the covers are cheap, but their covers cost cheap. So it's only like $5 for an ebook. And I've come up with ideas for the first 3 stories that kind of done mock-ups. So the first one is called, or the second one I love the second cover the best. And that's also my favorite story out of all of them. And that one's called Starling and the Moonblade. So there's the sword and you have the moon, and then you have a bird that it's supposed to represent a starling. So a starling is a bird, and it's a perfect nickname. So the first part of each story is a nickname for the female protagonist that the male protagonist gives to her. In a way, in the third story, she's called the Shadow Thief, and he just cuts off thief and calls her Shadow. So anyways, so Starling is a bird that when I was looking it up, because I was looking at different ideas for nicknames, and I knew that this character had this one propensity in a culture of silence, which is talking too much. And the bird, the starling, and mostly in Europe, is considered a nuisance because it chatters too much. So I thought, okay, starling is a perfect name for her. Plus, it has the word star in it, and it's a moon blade. And the moon blade is both a roll and a blade, a sword. But it's also a roll in the story or in the culture. And it's a culture of silence. So I thought, okay, that went really well. Anyways, I love my mock-up for that better. And I was trying to put some lilies in there because I always use either lilies, marigolds, or roses in every story that I write in this world as an homage to my first trilogy that's just plain fantasy that's not in this world, because there's 3 sisters named after flowers. So the lilies is in this one. So yeah, so I kind of put that together. I really love the mock-up, but I'm like, I know it could look so much better if it was done by someone that's professional, especially like the lettering and whatnot. So I'm looking forward to see what that would look like. I have not done the order yet. they actually do covers really quick. So if they get it right the first time, I can get it done really quick. And it's just, I have other things I need to get done. So today I am going to write. So in the beginning, I made this live stream to kind of kickstart the algorithm. And then yesterday I was feeling the soul crushing weight of having written nothing since Monday. So I was like, this is coming perfect timing. So I'm writing today. Anyways, that's what it's all about. I'm just now looking at the chat and, oh, I'm like, where is this coming from? I'm seeing stuff in the chat that I don't see in the live stream, but I'm looking at the live. So StreamYard now has it where you can set up the stream to go for desktop and mobile version. And I thought all that meant is that one live stream was going to be, what's the right word? It's not coming to me. So that would make one live stream where it would work in both versions, whether on a cell phone or on a desktop computer, that the visuals would look nice. And I didn't know it until after I set it up that it actually creates 2 live streams. And so I'm like looking at some of these comments in the backyard stream. I'm like, what? I don't see this in the chat. And this is from the mobile. So someone found me on the mobile, and I'm hoping that is a good person. I'm gonna pop I'll pop it up here, but we'll see the comments to see if they are not a bot or whatever. But so Rita was first in. Poppy and say hi. Switch is liking what she's got her live stream going. And then Devin, good morning. Working on Kickstarter fulfillment. Oh, I did hear you. I was listening to Rita's live stream. I was always trying to get my coffee and then finish up my hair and stuff and everything. So all the stuff you do to go live, at least me. So I was hearing you say that you had the book spread out or something, and you're getting boxing or something like that. So I don't know. Maybe I'm making stuff up, but I'm working on Kickstarter fulfillment, mainly letters from the author from the God tier. Excuse me. I got my sword proof in yesterday and ordered the books this morning. Okay, maybe that's what you're talking about, is the ordering the books. All packaging materials have been moved to the living room. Okay, that's priority. I probably heard you saying ordering books and packaging materials, and I'm thinking that you spread out all the books and start packaging them up. So I was just putting, because I'm partially tone deaf. For anybody who's here who doesn't know me, I'm partially tone deaf. So if I'm not there close to the speaker, and usually if I'm not seeing the person as well, I have really hard times understanding what's being said. So audiobooks don't really work well for me. But Martin, hello, afternoon. Have you already been writing today? I don't know. You usually do really well getting your words in every day. Hello, Eva. Happy Saturday. There is Rita's links. If you guys it's just one link. There is Rita's link in case you want to go over and say hello and hang out for anybody who's not there already. One good thing about this sub, Letters from Author, is that it forces me to organize my world building. That's a good note. Yes. I think that kind of works the same. What I found out from writing these short stories, novelettes, whatever you can call them, is that like the Moon Fae were the only culture I had really extensively built out the world for the Moon Fae, because each of my Fae have different cultures. And I did that before I even started writing in this world, like almost up to 2 years prior to me writing in the world. And then when I started writing in the world, in the Brides of the Dragon King series, the Moon Fae are already gone. They've been wiped out. So, and there were Summer Fae wars that happened for centuries beforehand. Before the curse has been going on for 1,000 years at the point that I started writing my world. So the Moon Fae have been gone for a while. And I thought, I developed this culture and I really love it, but I don't get to write in it because I don't get to write the culture because they're all gone. So all of my stories take place roughly the same time. They're not interconnected in any way. They're only connected by theme, really. So it's a human female with a fae from one of the elements, and there's 8 elements, so 8 books. And but in writing these, like I already had the Moon Fae kind of figured out, but I only had like pieces here and there. And I think like my Metal Fae, like I had barely anything on my Metal Fae, barely anything on my Air Fae. There was one, I can't remember which one it was. I had nothing at all written on them. Like they were just one of the Fae. I just knew that they were one of the elemental Fae. I had nothing written on them. By writing these stories, it made me world build and get a better understanding of my cultures. So that was really cool. So that's what your letters are doing for you. And it's kind of worked the same as like what my short stories did for me. This is one that comes from the cell phone side. Hello, Gojo T3P. I don't know if you want me to just call it Gojo. Please shout out. Yep. You got your shout out. Mock-up symbol is gorgeous. I think it is so pretty. But like I said, I think that the moon blade is actually supposed to be curved, but I kept thinking, if I make it curved, I was already having trouble with it, with the blade. If I can see the imperfections in the blade itself. But when I was trying to build it out, because I just took pieces of different blades and pictures and stuff like that and started putting stuff together. And I wanted something that was curved because it's curved, but then you have the moon that's behind the sword and it's curved. And I was like, oh, there's too much curving. So I don't know. And we'll see what they come up with when I send it over to get. So I think it's Get Covers. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Gojo said, thank you so much. Thanks for subbing. Stacey said, good morning, and good morning to you. Are you working on anything? Yesterday is the first day since October 19th that I had written. Are you feeling like that soul crushing weight? Because I do. Writing for me is nourishing for me to write. It feels like I don't know. I just feel more me when I'm writing. And when I don't write for a while, I start getting depressed. So yeah, I don't like going for a long time without writing. But I'm hoping to keep it up and get somewhere today. LOL. All of the books for Kickstarter are stacked in groups on my day. Okay, maybe I did hear something about the books then. Of course, I haven't been writing. I'm honoring my Saturday routine of I should write, but first I will just do this. Oh, Shannon is streaming. I can write now, but instead lunch. Well, get your lunch and then start writing. I'll be here for a while, so you can come back. LOL. Need to make my cheap cappuccino. I do have my coffee. I feel like I have like a hair, like a cat hair or something. I was holding my kitties because something fell from the wall. I have depth perception issues too, and I was trying to go through the hallway and it was dark because my husband was still sleeping, and I hit something and it fell off the wall, and then Thor turned into a fluff ball. So then I was holding Thor for a while. Now I got cat hair all over my shirt, but yeah. And now I feel like I got cat hair all over my nose. Okay. I think I got to the end of the comments. I did. I'm going to have writer questions this time that are would you rather. So like the last time I did a 12-hour live stream, I did would you rather for like characters and things like that to kind of get to know our characters better or our world better. And so this one is a writer question. Would you rather revise a manuscript that is overwritten? It's like truncated on here, so I can't see all of it. That's overwritten by 50,000 words or missing 50,000 words, I think is what I wrote. So would you rather revise a manuscript that's overwritten by 50,000 words or missing 50,000 words? Okay, so that is a question that you can answer while we are streaming. Yes, we're streaming while we are sprinting and while we are doing our writing or whatever it is that you need to work on. Let me add the is this the right button? I think that's the right button. So 1 hour long sprints, because y'all know I like 1 hour long sprints. And then I gotta find the right tab. All right. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that was time on the first sprint. How did you do? I think I messed with the camera. Looks a little high. Oh, no, there we go. Anyways, I opened the first short story, my next three series, the next three in my series. So that's stories 4 through 6. But the first one, I opened it up and I realized, oh, I've actually never edited or revised this one at all since I wrote it. And so I didn't quite remember all of it and start reading through. And I was like, oh, I really like this story. I think I really don't like my third story. I mean, I'm proud of it only because I wrote it when I was really sick and it was like a fever dream writing. And it still needs a lot of revisions. It's with my readers right now, but I've read through the 3 stories they got, the first 3, and that one still needs more work. But anyways, I was reading through this one. I was like, okay, I feel like this one's pretty good. But then I went to go see what AutoCrit said about it for the analysis, and then I built my own GPT and ChatGPT. If Richard's here, he'll say take a drink because I said ChatGPT. So anyways, it's a beta reader that I built for short stories because I feel like the AutoCrit analysis really works off of like longer manuscripts. And it was like, oh, you could like, like what some of the feedback I would give on some of the stuff I've given it when I've given it for my short stories is like, maybe add a little bit more about this, or you could really round out the culture if you did this or whatever. And I'm like, it's a short story and it has to meet a certain like page count because I'm trying for 1 hour reads on Amazon. And I did look at this one. This particular story is 40 pages long. So I have only 3 more pages I could add because it's 33 to 43 pages for the 1 hour reads. And I really don't want to hit 43 pages if I can help it, because just in case, like if I'm off or something by a number, I don't know. Sometimes it happens. So there's not much I can add to this story. So I went and ran it through the beta reader that I built in the ChatGPT, and then just took notes from what they said, looked at what AutoCrit said, looked at what that beta reader said, and took notes off of what I felt like could potentially be something I need to look at. So I made a revision document. So most of that sprint was making my revision document. And there's quite a bit here. I think that could make this story better. Then I started working on the story itself. And that was like, oh, what time? I forgot to write down the time. Let's go 9:15. So it was 10 minutes. Like the last 10 minutes is when I started actually working in the document to get revisions. And I wrote 29 words. So my revision document, I don't count that because I'm not like writing a whole lot. I was just copy and pasting like notes from the different programs. And I'd made a few notes, but not much. So I didn't count it. So 29 words is what I got. I should be doing more though on the next one. And this story, well, currently it's at 12,038 words. So I think it's going to go up just a little bit. Because there was quite a few things that both programs said that made sense to me. That was like this similar between both programs. That I thought, oh yeah, that would make this story a bit stronger. So, okay, let's see how you guys did. I don't know where I left off. Need to make my cheap cappuccino. I think it was there. I didn't mark it. So I did put up the question. I like to do the questions whenever I do the 12-hour live streams. And I decided to do would you rather writer questions this time, which is would you rather revise a manuscript that's overwritten by 50,000 words or missing 50,000 words? And Devin says I'd rather revise missing 50,000 words. You never know what amazing ideal you'll stumble across. And revise. I would rather revise. So would you rather revise 50,000 words or have missing 50,000 words? I'm going to assume revise. You'd rather revise 50,000 words because you never know what amazing idea you stumble across means that, right, the ideas would be there on the that's overwritten by 50,000 words and that you would stumble across. Versus like if you're missing 50,000 words, you don't have anything extra, right? Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'm an overwriter anyways. These short stories have really taught me how to write more concisely and like it's not really concise. It's not concise in the language because I still have I think of my prose as being more lush when I'm describing things, and that's still there. but I'm able to move through the story faster. So, and I felt like I did a really good job in like completing complete stories, because a lot of short stories that I've tried in the past always felt like the beginning to a longer story, not a complete and satisfying one story. Like you might feel like, well, I wish I knew more about this world, but overall you feel satisfied with the story, that it is complete. You're not like, well, what about this or what about that? That kind of thing, right? And so I think I've done a pretty good job with doing that with these stories. But that was really a lesson in just really working on craft. And but I do tend to overwrite. So I think I would agree. I would want a story that's overwritten by 50,000 words. And then I could pare it back from there. Yeah, I think that's what I would rather go with. And then Jocelyn came in. Good morning. How are you doing? We occasionally fat finger it, Devin. I know I do. See, I left the, oh, it is Gabriel. Gabriel. Instead of Gabriel. Left the M out of your name in the chat. And then Randy, hello. How's it going? Hi, all. Are you working on anything? And then Justin saying hi. And then Elsa, Shada, how are you doing? I'm good. I've tried to catch you a few times this week. Oh, this is a comment too that's in the on the cell phone side, on the mobile side. I think it's cell phone. Which is really weird. I looked at my YouTube page and I do have 2 different live streams going, is what it's showing to me. I don't know what it looks like from someone from the outside. It's just really weird how StreamYard's doing that. I mean, I love the idea. Okay, optimize was the word I was trying to find for those who were here at the beginning. I couldn't think of the word. I thought when StreamYard said, do you want to be able to stream this for both mobile and desktop, that was optimizing the one stream for both locations. And it looks like, it appears, it actually made 2 different live streams, but it's only one in StreamYard. I don't really get it. So I don't know if I'll keep it. I think I have that feature turned on for like the rest of the stuff that I scheduled once they started doing that. And I don't, that's not next week's streams, because next week's streams I did before the conference and they didn't have that feature. But the week after that is I set up after I got back from the conference, and that's when that feature hit StreamYard. So I don't know. We'll see what it does, because I'm not sure if I want 2 different live streams. That doesn't feel like it would be right. Like, I don't know if it's splitting the audience and it doesn't show as much for like it's splitting the audience between 2 different locations. And so YouTube is going to count it as 2 different live streams instead of combining them, but yet they're combined in the comments. So I'll see what it does when it renders. When it renders in YouTube, I'll see what it actually comes up with. But it's interesting. And then I might have to change things in the future. I will check back later in tonight. My tonight. I've got a few things to do. Happy sprinting. So yeah, it's probably like early afternoon for Elsa. Rachel, hello, good morning. I hope all is well with you. I went to Elsa's streams. I was trying to catch her, and it didn't go the day I went. And I put her link in my chat, and then and it didn't go that day. So the next day I put your link in my chat, and it didn't go that day. And I was like, I'm gonna stop putting links in my chat, because none of the streams I'm suggesting people go to are actually going. But no, I totally understand it. Things happen, things come up. And if you guys, if you follow Rachel, she just put a post up with what her future on YouTube looks like. So if you're interested in that, but yeah, it's nice to see you here. I hope all is going well, as well as can be. And then JL, hello everyone. How are you? It has been extremely difficult to get any editing time because of the dogs, but going to see what I can squeeze in. So how much longer is the foster puppy with you? Like, do you know like how long they stay with you? It's probably different for everyone, right? For every puppy or foster animal. I'm trying to decide if I agree with some of the pretty big edits that they edit to suggest. Is this the one from Fiverr that's editing for or suggesting the suggested edits from Fiverr person? Or if I should just stick to what I originally wrote. Hopefully I can get enough focus to make a good decision. What is everyone working on? I'm working on the next 3 short stories. And my short story series is 8 stories altogether. I'd asked my readers how they would want the stories. Like, would they want them like one at a time or in groups of like 3 or whatever? And they all came back and said groups of 3, which of 8, there's a group of 3, and then a group of 2. So, but they've got the first 3 right now. So I'm trying to get the next 3 done, because 2 of my readers, so this is my Omega readers, and I only have 3 of them. So one has finished everything. She just has the final questionnaire that she needs to finish. The second one is halfway through the last story, but then my third one, she's only just started the first story, but I gave them a whole month. So it's in December 15th. So in December, I want to have these 3 stories done to get to them for the next round. But yeah, I'm excited. They like it. But they're my Omega readers. They like my writing. They're my Omega readers because they want to read what I'm writing, no matter how bad it is. So I'm hoping, they have said a few things that make sense for me to do some revisions on. So I was hoping it wasn't just like, oh, this is great. But they've actually done good pointing out some stuff, and I already know some things I need to revise. So now I'm working on the next 3 short stories to revise them before I give them to my Omega readers. Yeah. I'll be working on my amazing live setup. Okay, so not amazing. I'm working on my Amazon live setup the next couple of hours before my shopping. But it's probably, oh, there it is. It says Amazon there. But it probably is amazing too. Rita, I don't know if you're here. If you want to drop the link for your Amazon live, and she is still sprinting over on her channel as well. So, yeah, I put the link earlier, and I'm here. Do you hear me say ChatGPT? I figured you probably would have. That would have called Richard over. So, hey, Richard, says JL. And Morningstar, hello. Here, I hope to have stream pull up all day, even if I'm AFK. I did know what that means. I don't remember at the moment. I don't remember what that means, but I get the gist. I've got the context. I feel like the question's a bit of a trick question. I always think I overwrite, but when I get it back from each round of the editors, I add more. Current short story, 10K goal. Is that... That's not short story no more. That's your not short story. And it keeps on growing. I mean, you're like at novella level, and you're getting close to I think, is there a term that comes after novella, or is it just goes into novel? I think it just goes from novella to novel. But yeah. LOL, I really like this story. Yeah. I mean, it's good when you like your story, right? I compare it to like when I wrote the book, A Curse of Wings and Gems, which is the Kickstarter book that I just had that's coming out January 20th. Which I don't think I've told anybody except for my gym trainer and my husband. Did I say it? I don't feel like I said it in any of my streams earlier this week. But before I left the conference, that book won an award, which I was super excited about. And I shared it with my newsletter on the 4th of this month when I sent it out while I was at the conference. Then the weekend, coming back from the conference, I won a second award. It's a Literary Titan Award that I won on the book. So I've now won 2 awards on that book. But what I will tell you is when I was writing that book, and I still feel this, but I think it's because I'm still so close to the book as I'm prepping it for, launching and retailers and whatnot, that I really don't like the book. But I do. I like the story, but I didn't like my writing. But when I read the writing, it doesn't sound bad. I think it's just all these emotions I felt while I was writing it that was like, it was so hard to write it. So it's not like it's a bad book. It's not like it's a bad story. It's not like it's badly written. It was just really, really hard for me to write it. Like I felt like I couldn't get it on the page, what I felt was supposed to be there. I do feel I succeeded mostly. I'd say about 90%, getting what I wanted that was in my mind and onto the page to get it to be what I wanted it to be. But it was so hard to get it there. And I worked on it and worked on it and worked on it. And even like my girlfriend from college, she was one of my editors. And oops, I hit a button. After she read it and she's like, hey, I would really think, maybe you could really change this part. Maybe that might help with what you're feeling and that could help the story. And I'm like thinking about what she was telling me. I was like, that would make it better. But I also know how long that would take me to do it. And I was running out of time. And I was like, now I'm done with the story. I'm just done with it. I was just tired of it. So yeah. So I look at that story. I'm like, okay, I really don't like the story. It's not like the story. Like, again, not the story's bad, not the writing's bad. I don't like the story because of how it made me feel while I was writing it. It made me feel really terrible as a writer. So to read these short stories, I'm like, really like the story. It makes me feel so much better. And I'm like, yeah, maybe I can be a writer. So still working on the world building with matching, extending family tree. I might switch up to the intro letter on the next sprint. Is that one of the letters to the, I know you're doing letters from the author to us, but I didn't know if that was something else. Take a shot. I have some coffee. I love autocrit. I do too. It took me years to buy it because I knew when I bought it, I was going to get the lifetime. And I'm pretty certain I bought it at $349 and it stayed at the same price for many, many years. It's $399 now, but they've added a whole bunch of features to it, like a whole lot of new stuff. That's really cool. Even like a marketing analysis that they can do on your book. where it finds books that are, or your story, it finds stories currently in the market that are comparable to yours. It helps with like keywords and categories and all of this stuff, which is really, really cool. I mean, you could use like KDP Rocket or whatever they call it. Yeah, KDP Rocket. But there you're doing your own research into looking at books that you think that are comp titles, where this is like giving you possible comp titles. And so far, the comp titles to me have been pretty spot on. Now, the categories, it does not do well picking out categories, at least not for me. It could for more established genres, because romantasy is still pretty new. And that, Amazon's constantly updating the categories with new romantasy things. They just added like an enemies to lovers under romance, I think, which is a big trope in romantasy. Not that it isn't in romance novels, it is, but it's one of the biggest tropes in romantasy. But yeah, but it does so good. It's so many great things, and I'm glad that I finally got it. But I waited for years for it to come down in price, or at least to not come down in price, but to do a sale on it, because Pro Writing Aid does a sale every year during the Black Friday sales. So you could get it for almost half off, I think is what it was, or 50% off. I bought it for $1.99 for lifetime. So I eventually just broke down and bought the auto crit, which I'm pretty sure was $3.49 at the time. I could be wrong, but it's $3.99 now, which if you go to their website, you will not see the lifetime price. You'll just see the monthly prices. You have to actually Google auto crit lifetime. I think you can just put that there. I think there's another word I use, but lifetime plan or something, whatever. And you'll get that. And it always has a countdown on there. And the countdown just restarts every time you go back. I think I've been there so many times now, though. It always shows my countdown at 0, but it shows I can still purchase it if I wanted to. So the countdown is the psychology gimmick, right? To get you to buy it. Oh, I don't think I said this. I have not experimented with AutoCrit yet. You have it? And I do think that all the features, the analysis and all of that stuff, I think that's available on certain plans. Where Pro Writing Aid, like they have a manuscript analysis now, but you have to pay for it. And I have the lifetime plan and you still have to pay for it. So I've never used it. I just use AutoCrits. I did that, created my own beta and alpha readers and AutoCrit. Yeah, I tried to. And for some reason, because AutoCrit is set up, I think, for for long stories, it had a really hard time with my short stories. It kept giving me advice about how to expand the world or delve deeper into other things. And it doesn't seem to understand, like I told it, I'm in third person limited on one character, just on one character or whatever. And it would say, well, if you delved into this character's motivations over here, and he could be thinking something like this. And I'm like, well, we're not in his point of view. So can't be thinking that stuff. It'll have to come out in some other way. And there's no like back and forth that I can do with the reader. So I really liked it with ChatGPT because I built it in there I actually built it in there with deep POV versus limited, because I don't think that AutoCrit understood deep POV. And so I did use some of the setup from AutoCrit to build the one I need, specifically for short stories, specifically for deep POV. And of course, it is a chat feature, right? So you can talk back and forth. And so if it says something that I'm like, but I'm not sure what that really would look like in a short story, or like, again, like sometimes it does do the same thing like AutoCrit does. Like, you can expand on his motivation. And I'm like, no, I can't, because we're not in his point of view. And so I could say that. I'm like, no, we're not in his point of view. And like, how else could that possibly come out if we're not in his point of view? I was like, I would say, maybe it could come out in like his actions or his reactions or something. So you can do that back and forth conversation, which I kind of like. Pacing. I don't know. I probably said something where this was needed, but I don't know where that came from. Okay, Rachel, answer the question. I would rather add 50,000 words as an overwriter. I have been doing the opposite on this series, and it's annoying. But adding these chapters is always fun. Yes, and yes. I could see that, because I do prefer drafting over revising. But if you're overwriting, you're drafting or you're revising, and you're cutting out a lot of words, which I tend to be an overwriter. So I'm always having to cut a lot. So adding new chapters, drafting could be more fun, but it is annoying when you realize you're missing stuff. I have a novella that I started. I'm pretty certain it was last year. I'd have to go back and look at my files. So I had a novella I started last year, and I somewhat outlined it. I don't really outline, but with the shorter works, I'm trying to outline so I can stay short. And I was like, okay, I know there's a scene that should go here. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know what's going to go there. So I just started drafting it, and I think I got 5,000 words in, and I went through Reddit. I really liked what I have there, but I was like, man, I really am missing stuff in between. Um, I need other stuff, and it was depressing me so much that I was like, I was not writing. I was not adding the words that need to be there because I was afraid of overwriting because it's a novella. I specifically wanted this to be a novella, and I was afraid I was going to overwrite it, that I was skipping these scenes, and it demoralized me to the point that I stopped writing on it. And I still do have it, but it's going to be part of a 3-part novella series. So I do have to eventually write it. But yeah, I guess I'd rather overwrite than be missing the 50,000 words. Randy says, I'd rather revise with 50K missing words because then I can play around with what to replace. As an underwriter, if it's overwritten, then the clones have taken control of my writing. Yeah. I would rather add 50K. I think that's what I thought that you were meaning. Yeah. I got my document open. Yes, that was 15 minutes ago. We need to get going so we can go ahead and get on the next sprint. Hey, hi, Adrian. How's it going? Hope all is well with you. I haven't got any notifications from your channel recently. I don't know if that's a YouTube thing or you just haven't been doing anything on your channel. I should go look. Oh, this is on the cell phone side. I'm really paying attention to this because StreamYard has set this stream up to be both cell phone optimized and desktop optimized, although it appears to me right now that it's 2 different streams. And we'll just see what it does when it finishes rendering after it's over. Yes, I went with the vertical stream initially. Then I found this one was the proper one. So did you go with the vertical stream on the desktop or was it on your phone? And did it look totally different? I saw the 2 streams and I signed on to the stream. I grabbed the one with the most people. Okay. See, this could be very confusing for people to see the 2 different streams. So yeah, I think I might have to go change those. And thank you, Shannon. Yeah, no problem. Easy Fall Fashion. There's the Amazon Live, the amazing Amazon Live with Rita. And if you buy something, you will be stalked by Rita on Amazon. I always think that's so funny because I bought a couple things from her Amazon Lives. And shortly after, I buy lots of things on Amazon. So I went to go buy something, and it gives you the thank you page when you buy something, right, from Amazon. And it had off to the right, I sent her a screenshot of it, was her Amazon Live with her photo, her face. And I was like, what is she doing on my thank you page? And it's happened more than once. So it's very interesting. Away from the keyboard. AFK. Thank you. Because she said away from the keyboard. I'm like, I don't know. What's this for? Okay. That's right. Because I didn't remember what AFK was, away from the keyboard. And woohoo on the award. Thank you. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Hello, everyone, says Adrian. Happy productivity. I think that maybe what I'm going through, I had 3 betas and an editor tell me it's good. They can't wait to continue the story, but maybe I'm too much of a perfectionist. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, feeling the same thing, right, with the story like I was. Jumping off to take the dogs to the park and hopefully burn off some energy. Definitely challenging with 2 dogs under 1-year-old, but at least it's a nice day for a walk in the park. Nice. Happy sprint day, everyone. I'll be back later to get some actual work done and hopefully figure out what you want to do with those edits. I'm still on the fence about buying AutoCrit. I like it in theory, but the idea of dropping $400 makes me hesitate. I know it did for me too, like 4 years. I think it was like 3 or 4 years I hesitated. I was like, please come down or give me a deal of some type. And it never did. And I'm pretty certain I bought it for $349. I have to go back and look at my receipts and it's gone up. And, but they have all those new features, which I didn't have to pay more for if that's the case. Adega, hello. Good morning to you. I hope that you're feeling well and that you're able to get some stuff done today. Adrian says, it's the first time I'm hearing about AutoCrit. Not familiar with it, but we'll look into it. Oh, yeah, AutoCrit's really good. I think not this last AWC, but the one before. They did an after-hours special, or was it this last one? Gosh, things are running together. I don't remember which I think it was the one before. I think it was the AWC of 2024. They did an after-hours special walkthrough of the platform. So if you go to that playlist, you should be able to find it and see the walkthrough. But of course, I would even do that, to be honest. It's on their channel. They have a channel. AutoCrit has a channel. Go to what they recently have because they've put some new videos up to show the walkthrough, the beta analysis and the alpha analysis. There's alpha and beta reader analysis. There's other new things that they've added too. They've done a lot at one time. So, no, that's interesting. I ignore AutoCrit when it's stupid. I use it to check for duplicate words and passive and past passive. And see, I prefer Pro Writing Aid for checking like those things for me, more on the line level, word level, and I use the analysis on AutoCrit. But I do have both, so I can choose to go back and forth. I'm pretty sure AutoCrit would be fine with some of those other things. I think I just don't, the reports and stuff that they do is not as easy to interact with as it is on Pro Writing Aid. For a while, I used AutoCrit speech to text, but I found ChatGPT is more accurate. Wait, ChatGPT has speech to text? I know I can hit the button and like talk into it, but it's not as good as my program, which my program is not that good. I use speechtexter.com. It picks up it might be accents and stuff like that too. Now, I've been fairly inactive lately, spending most of my time traveling to food banks, trying to keep my kids fed. We lost our food stamps this month and they cut hours at work. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear, Adrian. I will keep you guys in my prayers. Yeah, I know that that's affected a lot of people. So, okay. Well, I'm glad I haven't like missed you because YouTube made me miss you. Yeah, I hope that things will turn around here soon for you guys and for your family. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help out. It was on desktop and it just looked vertical, which seems incorrect. Okay, that is weird. I think I'm going to change, I think. Again, I'm going to wait until it renders and see what it does. If it renders it as 2 separate videos, 2 separate live streams, I'm going to get rid of it. Because I don't want the same live stream be 2 different live streams on YouTube. And I don't even know how YouTube will deal with that because it doesn't like duplicate content. So I've had no time for anything that isn't hustling to make money or find free food. I totally understand that. I'm trying to get back to marketing my books more in an effort to make more money, but it's tough. Adrian, if you're still here, please feel free to drop the links to your book and your newsletter so we can help you out. You're not still here. It says you got to run. Happy writing, y'all. I've got to run. Food bank opens up in 20 minutes. Wish me luck. Good luck, Adrian. Do you have a place we can give you money? Is it on your YouTube? We all have hard times. If you have a way to donate, I'd be looking for some way I can help, somewhere I can help. If anyone is there that knows how to get to Adrian's channel and find links for his book, please feel free to drop links to his book. I mean, I've got the hardback. Actually, I think I've got both the ebook and the paperback of his book already. But if there's anything that you see that could also help out, if he's got a GoFundMe or a Ko-fi or something, let us know. I pay for ChatGPT and it's great. Yeah, I pay for it too. I've used it more through the conference than anything else because this year was amazing. I mean that quite in the opposite respect. And that so many people I had to chase down and I'm like, hello, you've known deadlines since back in March, but you can't say that in email. You gotta be nice. So I would verbal vomit my email with all of my emotions in it and then give it to ChatGPT and say, please make this sound professional and not mean. And I had to do a ton of emails this year. So that's when I used it the most because I hadn't been paying for ChatGPT at the beginning of the year. And I started paying for it again during the conference season to help me rewrite these emails to take out the emotions. So I'm all set and ready to buy PWA Lifetime come on Black Friday, 2 weeks, right? That was an excellent deal. I bought that on Black Friday a few years ago. Same. You're too kind, Morningstar. There's a donation thing on my website. There it is. Okay, I'm glad he did get a chance to drop it. And I'm glad that Morningstar caught him before he left out to drop it. Scroll down on the main page. You'll see contribute. Thank you so much. I wish Atticus did a trial. Oh, yeah. I don't think it does. And it's gone up in price. And now it's monthly. I bought it back when it was – wait, no. I'm thinking the wrong thing. KDP. KDP was the thing that was one price, and now it's monthly. Made by the same people. I was switching it up. Yeah, Atticus. That'd be kind of hard for it to do a trial, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I ask it everything from what is the world news to everything. Yeah, I have seen that. I follow Matt Wolf, but I haven't kept up with his videos as much as I should lately. But he talks about all the new things in the AI world, everything from, I mean, he's very interested in what it can do for artwork. That's like his biggest thing, but artwork to writing, but even from, like the headsets and your cars and medical and all, it covers all of that. And he was showing, was it him that was I think it was him who was showing how he used it to curate his news, where he'd just say, find me all the news. And I think he built a GPT to do it, to create all the news that day on everything AI so that he didn't have to go out and find it. It would find it all for him with the sources. So, and one thing I really like about it is like I went on a hike with my son. It was before the conference, like a month or before the conference I went to last week, like a month before that or something. And we came across this flower with berries. And he was like, "Are they edible?" And I'm like, "I have no idea, but we're not trying it out." And I was like, "Wait," I had my phone on me, took a picture of it with the flower and the fruit, the little like berry things and everything. And I put it into ChatGPT and I said, "What is this? And is it edible?" And it came me what the flower was and everything, all the stuff that you would need to know about it and whether or not it was edible. It was really cool. I find it very useful at organizing my messy thoughts. Yeah, I know people who do that too with it. They say, "Here's everything that's going on in my day or for this week or for this month. Help me organize it." I've not done that yet because I feel like once I started doing, I would do verbal vomit because it's easier than typing for me. I wouldn't be stopping because I always have so much I'm doing that I don't know where to stop it. Like, I don't know that there's an end to all of what I'm doing, that I would never end. So I would never be able to put it into ChatGPT. So I use ChatGPT in its free version. And I think it's pretty useful in the free version. It has a lot you can do. Yes, ChatGPT, tell it to write what you say it well, and then download it. My golden rule for ChatGPT and writing related tasks is never copy and paste anything. I always manually retype and usually change things along the way. Yeah, I mean, when it would rewrite the emails for me, I didn't always just take what it had there because it does like to do weird, like it likes to add emojis to everything. I guess you could tell it not to do emojis in an email, but it likes to do emojis and like all this other stuff. And so I always end up changing it. And then I do try to change like the sentences to be my voice, but not change it so much that I add my emotion back in. So I'm very aware of how I'm writing those. There's Adrian's website. Thank you so much, Rachel. I appreciate that. So let me go to the YouTube side. I'm on Rita's stream here. Let me find my stream. We need that one. Books by Adrian. Let's pin this one. There we go. It's pinned. Oh, I look funny. I don't want to look at myself on screen. Change to a different screen. Let's go back to Rita's. There we go. It's also fun to use ChatGPT to write really salty, sarcastic emails that you never actually sent. I haven't tried that, but that does sound like fun. That could be cathartic. I'm behind. Oops, thanks, YouTube, right? You guys are amazing. I wasn't fishing for money. Just explain why I haven't been on YouTube, but good folks are gonna good folk when good folks are needed. So I'm thankful for you good folks. That feels like a tongue twister to say, but I mean, that's I love about us all being here in community for sure. My card was charged. It said it went through, so I hope it helps. Good luck, Adrian. By the way, Publisher Rocket usually does a Black Friday thingy with affiliate links in case anyone was curious. Okay. That would be probably, I think they're the ones, right? Yeah, the Publisher Rocket. Yeah, that used to be KDP Rocket. I have like the icon for Publisher Rocket in my, the bar at the bottom of my screen. I forget that's called something. And when I hover over it, it says KDP Rocket, but I know it was renamed to something else and I never can remember what it is. So it's Publisher Rocket. That used to be a one-time fee, which I paid for. And I remember thinking when it was new, it was like under $100. I was like, I don't know if I want this thing. I was just getting started. And then it went up, and I think I bought it for like $139, $29, somewhere in there, that range. It was over 100 by the time I bought it. And now it's a monthly fee. So I'm so glad I did get it when it was just the one-time fee. And he has said that those who bought it for the one-time fee, we're not going to be charged monthly, and we'll still get all the updates, which is really cool. I think I paid over $600 for AutoCrit Live. Still think that was a deal. So knowing they have a Black Friday sale is pure gold. I wish I knew. No, I don't think AutoCrit had a Black Friday sale. I specifically looked for a Black Friday sale every year for AutoCrit, and it always stayed the same. And again, I'm pretty sure it was $349 when I got it. And it had never changed in like 3-4 years. It had remained exactly the same all throughout the year and through the Black Friday sales, where I finally said, okay, fine. I want this thing and I want it. And so I went and got it. I think that's when I made my decision, was last year after I saw their walkthrough and everything they had on the platform during the AuthorTube writing conference. And then I just got it. You can get folders in the free version now. Oh, you can. That was one of the reasons why I kind of liked having the paid version, because I have everything split up into folders. And so like all my AWC in one folder, all my self-publishing tips and tricks in another folder, the podcast. And so I split it out. So it's easy for me to, and it remembers what's in that folder. So like it puts that into its memory. So, I don't have to like try to say, okay, here's all the information again. Here's what I want to say. Now it knows how I write and stuff for whatever it is I'm doing. Again, that's all the nonfiction stuff, but it won't let me make a folder for the GPT that I created that's a beta reader because I want to put all my beta reader stuff into one folder. But because it's a GPT, I guess you can't put it into a folder, which is really weird. But I found a time I hadn't had to police ChatGPT. It still lies and makes things up. It hates me to tell it that. Yeah, it does. I tend to, ask for the sources. If it's like news or whatever, I'll say, okay, tell me the sources. And then I'll say, what I found really works well too? I'll say, can you recheck that? And say, oh, okay, yeah, I did say the wrong thing or whatever. This is what it actually means or whatever. I'm also oftentimes asking, what does this mean? Things like that. And that's when it like tends to make up stuff. I'm like, are you sure that's what it means? Can you recheck that? I just got the alert. Thank you so much for the donation. And the worst is when it uses my real name. I hate that. Oh no. I don't think it could tell with me. It'll sign my emails, and I never use the signing at the bottom that it does. So it'll be like with best wishes or whatever it says. And I always just have my own thing that I like to say, but it still likes to put my name in there. And sometimes it does Shanon, sometimes it does SC Houston. So it's like I don't think it could determine what my name is. Need to head out for a few to go pick up Monster from Scouts, and we're working at a food bank this morning. All right, thank you so much for being here, Stacy. I'm sorry I'm taking so long. We do need to get going. I'm so happy to be able to help. I had it in my heart to give that much. You are welcome, but you're welcome. But honestly, it makes me happy to help. Yeah, I love that. Atticus is still 147. See, I think I bought it for less than 147. I think it was like 129 or something like that, 119 or 139. It probably was at 139 if it's 147 because I know it went up after I bought it. Wait, but you said it's still 147? Are you sure? Because he said he was going to make it Atticus. Nope, I'm thinking about KDP. Never mind. I keep getting mixed up. Let me go on. I think the only deal AutoCrit has lifetime as opposed to the subscription. Right. The deal is the fact that it has a lifetime deal versus the subscription deal. It's a great deal for AutoCrit. I got mine in 2020. Yeah, nice. I wonder how much it was back then. I don't know if you remember. Though for me, I actually would have paid 176 when converted, as it charges me 20% VAT here in the UK. Yay. Sorry, 130 pounds. ChatGPT is a people pleaser. I had something come up on it this past week where it said which personality you want ChatGPT to be, and it had the one that was like a people pleaser. It had all these different personalities, and I was like, I don't really know, so I just clicked out of it. So at least it apologizes. Emergency. I have to head to my mother's. Dad's has Alzheimer's, having episode. Okay, thank you so much for being here, Morningstar. And I hope that everything turns out with your dad. I'm sorry to hear that. And oh no, says Richard, made it to the end. Let's go ahead and get into another sprint, guys. I'm so sorry for taking so long. I talk too much. Wrong button, right button. All right, for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour. I'll have a new question up too. Writer question. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that's the end of the second sprint. I guess we had so much to say on the first after the first sprint that there's not many chat, not much in the chat, anyways. I think so. We should be able to get through this quicker and get on to the third sprint, hopefully faster. By the way, the writer question this time was that would you rather write 500 words a day forever or 5,000 words a week? If you do 500 a day, 7,500. So I'm looking purely just number wise. If you did every day and you forever had to do that, 7,500 words a day versus the 5,000. So it's more, but then Loki, stop. You wanted to be in here. Now you're yelling to get out. Give me a second. But anyways, yeah, so I think I'd go with that because I wouldn't mind writing every day. I'm just not able to write every day because of how my brain works and things that I do. So that's the one I would probably choose. All right, so what did I do? Yeah, I went and got another cup of coffee because I finished my first. I'm on my second cup. And that's when Loki followed me back in here. He was just fine until right before the timer went off. Then he decided he wanted to be out. And then I got into my draft and I added 219 words in revision. There's Loki. Let me say hi. But anyways, let's see how you guys did. I feel like I need more coffee. I'm about halfway through my second cup. I think I might have to need a third. Did I not mark where I left off? Maybe it's not keeping it because I'm pretty sure I had marked it this time. Yeah, I know I marked it this time and it did not keep it. Maybe it's a font size. Oh, they have like different things on here now. Wide, tall. Oh, that's to show the comments on stage. I don't care about that part. Why is it not giving me stars? Star. And it goes away. Okay, where did I leave off? It was with Morningstar having to leave out. And then Inca came in. Hey, everyone. Oh, my God, there's cats. Yes. Oh, the video was cats, too. Yeah, it was a new one I made. I didn't design the cats. I found those videos all over. So I now have words. Awesome job, Martin. I'm so happy for you. I'm glad you got some words in. Good morning, everyone. I've been proof listening to my current audiobook, currently on chapter 14. Hello, Dharma. How are you doing? Yeah, I think the last time, it's been a minute since I've seen you, a couple weeks at least, since before I went to the conference, I'm pretty sure. And you were still doing the audiobook for it, I think. So sounds like you're making good progress. I can't see through the tail. Next one is Randy. Making progress in second set edits. It's just a long chapter. Nice. At least you got some stuff done. I got back from picking up my kid and just got back to writing. So perfect timing. We don't have a whole lot of comments, so we should be able to get back to Loki's trying to turn around my lap, so I'm trying to give him more room. We should be able to get back to a sprint here pretty quickly. Yay, Loki. I don't know if you guys heard him when he was meowing at me. Hello, says Eva to everyone. I've just finished this myself with the audiobook. Yeah. And cool. Scouts handed out the bags today for people to fill up with food donation for us to pick up next week. I barely helped, but I'm no scout. I used to do those things. I don't do them too much anymore now. Not since I started writing full time. Okay, answer to the question. Randy says, definitely 5K a week. If I could knock out more writing at once, I could focus other areas throughout the week, like content creating, streaming, etc. Yeah, see, this question really goes along with like, what are your goals? And I've been slowly but surely over the last couple of years cutting out all the things that do not support the goal of writing. So like, I don't even know when the next AWC is. And usually at this point, November, we already have locked in most of our special guest speakers we've already got locked in. We already know the dates. We've already done a live stream about it. And at this point, I'm like, I do not know when we're doing another AWC. I did lock in one special guest speaker because she was at the conference last week. She's been a guest speaker almost every year. She was going to be a guest speaker the first year of our conference, but something came up and she had to withdraw. But since then, she's been quite reliable and has appeared every year. And so when I saw her at the conference for Author Nation, I stopped by and talked to her. And I was like, we don't know the dates yet, but I'd love to lock you in as a special guest speaker. And she's like, yeah, sure. So, and that's Julie Broad with She's nonfiction. She has a YouTube channel, but it was with her company. Oh gosh, the company name is slipping my mind. I'm sub to them. They do talk about like marketing and stuff like that, and sometimes it's not applicable because it's nonfiction and I don't sell nonfiction. But there are some things they talk about that is totally applicable to. Oh, I almost had it. Julie Broad. If I Google it, I'll probably find it. Got a cattail in my way. Yep, now and a head in my way. Julie Broad. Book launchers. There you go. Came right up. So yeah, the YouTube channels, book launchers. So, and sometimes they do lives where they're talking about new stuff and publishing and things like that. And again, they kind of gear everything toward nonfiction, but there's so much that I've learned from their channel, even to this day. And they were one of the first channels I was watching when I was trying to publish. Are you getting down? Or are you just taking over my armrest? I think you're just taking over my armrest. So now I have to I'm like doing this thing over over him so I can get to my mouse to click the next thing. Answer for Stacy. I think I would like to, oops, sorry. Didn't mean to hit you in the head. You guys can see him. And I was sticking it out of the frame that way. There we go. He's like sitting on my armrest. I think I would like to write 500 words a day, or at least a work week day, because I need to work on my consistency. So 5 times 5 would be 2,500. So that'd be less than the 5,000. Wait, did I misspeak? Did I not do math right? 5 times 5 is 2,500. 5 times 7 is 3,500. No, I like to do 5,000 a week. I said it was 7,500. I did not math right. I'd rather do 5K a week. Whichever one's the biggest is which one I would want to do. Answer part 2. Plus, if it's drafting words, I can still brainstorm mentally throughout the week for what to write at the next 5K. 5K once a week. I bet I have some people here like, you did math right. Also, the chapter I'm working on is 5K words, so I could have written in a day in this hypothetical question. And it probably took 3 weeks to write. Right. My kid worked at a food bank this morning for Scouts, so I feel you. I didn't ask her what she actually did. My husband used to take, it was our oldest kiddo, and he was littler, to a food bank every Christmas to go work. I am hearing you need me to step in as a special speaker. Fine, if I must. Thanks, Martin. I appreciate it. Inca says I'm beta testing a new writing software, so it took me a minute to set up the space, but I got some good words in. What's the new writing software? You don't have to share if you want to, but just curious. Beta testing a new writing software. Well, I'm writing something. I don't know what this is. This is Print to Pro, which is supposed to be some type of writing software. I got it. Troy Lambert. He used to work for Plotter, but now he works for this company. And Plotter and his company both had a booth on vendor day at the conference, and I ran into him. He was like, "Hey, I got a shirt for you. Come over here and get one." So he gave me the shirt. I think they were giving out to everybody, but I know him specifically. We've met. He's been on my podcast a couple times. Once for Plotter, and then the other time for his own books because he writes as well. So I think this is like a new software or something, writing software of some type. I do like what it says though. It says write without fear, edit without mercy. So I really like what it says. Stacey says, you didn't say you could only write 500 words or 5K, but having that consistency would help you get more words each day. That's true. If it was not only, let's see what it is, what the question is. What did I write exactly? Because, word choices, very important, right, Stacey? The word choices matter. It'll come back around in a second here. Here we go. We're getting to it. Writer question. Would you rather? So would you rather write 500 words a day forever? I suppose that could go either way. So if that's the case, I'd rather do the everyday than just the 5,000 words a week, once a week. I write 15K a week minimum, so I'll just stick with that, right? It's called Ember Write. Oh, I have heard of that. I don't know much of what it does. I got the hiccups, y'all. It's 11 o'clock and I haven't eaten yet, except for 2. I had 2 of these things. York peppermint patties. I like them. They're the little ones. So I just had 2 of those because they're sitting here on my desk, but I'm hungry. So I got the hiccups. I get the hiccups when I'm hungry. So Ember Write, I have heard of it. I haven't looked into it. So you'll have to let us know if you like it. Got a lot of reviews up and storefront stuff posted. Now hustling for a quick promo reel for socials. Wait, are you still? I had you pulled up. Okay, got 47 seconds left in this. This is probably your last sprint. if the YouTube has not slowed down, which it keeps doing. Even when you're like on a YouTube live stream now, it slows down. I don't know why. So, okay. And then Rita is about to do an Amazon Live not too long after that. I don't know what time, if it's like on the next hour or not, but you can let us know if you're still here. Well, I went into the question thinking once you hit 500 or 5K, the keyboard was just teleported to a different dimension. So that was the cap. I do love that. I love that we're making up stuff because, that's what we do for a living. We lie for a living. That's what I would say. We just lie for a living as fiction writers, not nonfiction. Nonfiction, a little bit different, but not for fiction writers. Yeah, right. Okay, so that was the last one. I'm starring it. We'll see this time if it keeps. We do have another question. This one is, it's truncated on here, so I can't see the end of it. But another would you rather for writer questions. Would you rather have a perfect writing day with no distractions or a messy day and then it's truncated? So we'll have to see what it says on the screen. So would you rather have a perfect writing day with no distractions or a messy day that produces a brilliant plot twist? Okay, so we'll answer that when we come back from this sprint. Let me get this up here. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get going on the next sprint. 1 hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that's the end of the third sprint. How did you do? I went and got some breakfast. Of course, let Loki out because he was yelling to get out. So let him out and got 324 words. Hold on, I gotta write my time. 21, 39, 324 words. Okay, and see how you guys did. Oh, I'm halfway through this first short story, and the I was hoping I'd be able to touch all 3 short stories today that I wanted to get to. Novelettes or whatever you call them. This one started off at just over 12,000 words, and I'm now at 12,400 some words. But I'm looking at this. I'm trying to meet the 1 hour reads on Amazon, and they go by page count. So I'm looking at the different chapters and where I can add more based off of what it looks like in the print format, because it goes by the page count of your print format. So I do have a little bit of room that I can add a little bit here and there, which is touching on the revision notes I wrote for myself for this one story. So I don't know. I don't want to spend the whole day on this one story. I really like this story though. But I'm about halfway through. It's 26 pages long. I'm on page 13. So halfway through. The question for this one was, would you rather have a perfect writing day with no distractions or a messy day that produces a brilliant plot twist? And I think the answer for me is I would rather have a perfect writing day with no distractions, because if I have no distractions, well, I can figure out the brilliant plot twist for myself. I think, I don't know if it like precludes it, just because that's the other half of the question. But yeah, I do better if I have no distractions, because I can get like hyper focused into what I'm doing if I don't have any distractions. And I think some of my best writing comes out of that. All right, let's check in with you guys. Let's see. Did my star stay? It stayed. So maybe it did not hit the star before. Maybe I thought I did. So I left off here with, this was from the last question about 500 words a day or 5,000 in a week. And just saying that I went into the question thinking once you hit 500 or 5K, the keyboard was just teleporting to a different dimension, so you couldn't add anymore. Answer 3 from Stacy. I think I would prefer no distractions, because most days you do not need to put a twist into the story. That's true as well. You don't always need a twist. Granted, I do want distractions occasionally. They can be helpful. Angela stopped in, flying by, smushed the thumb. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, Morningstar's back. Hello, and welcome back. Mom and Dad and Mom are doing better. Probably do a lunch date with the husband soon. Sounds good. My husband's actually cooking a ham today because he's got to get together with his hasher group. I've talked about the hashing here a little bit, but just in case you guys don't know what it is, it's not anything negative. It's they're a group that put together from not from the military, like they're from the military, but it's not military ordained or anything like that. But basically, they run and drink. But then they also do things together, like Friends Thanksgiving, whatnot. So today they're having their celebration. He's doing the ham, so he's cooking that right now, and he's going to be leaving out here soon. Oh, I also did call my son, because my oldest son is coming in today. And he's driving. And so I did check on him at the beginning of that last sprint to see how he was doing and how far he was. So he's got, like, when I talked to him, he had roughly 9.5 hours left of driving, because he's in Virginia. And I'm in the panhandle of Florida, like right underneath Alabama. So, yeah. Answer 3. I don't have very many perfect writing days. They're mostly chaos. I'm going with plot twists. Nice. I am back from the store. The mower blades need to be replaced. Yeah, it felt like my mower blades had to be replaced like all the time when I was in charge of doing it. Where we lived before we came here, and my husband was still in the military, we had a couple acres of land, and it was mostly just all grass. So I had to replace it like almost every summer. Felt like it was like every summer. Hit the wrong button. See, this depth perception issues ever since StreamYard put this little like arrow button on the side of the comments, I end up hiding the panel instead of clicking on a comment. I have the printing layout finished, and now I'm ready to go back to the 4 letters of the author. I don't know what that was. Into 4 letters for the author. I wanted to say interior, but I was like, that doesn't sound right. Perfect writing day for me, that will usually include a plot twist. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I'd probably figure out a good plot twist if I had a perfect writing day. So yep. Okay, I got to the end of the comments. Nice. Let's do the next question up there. Writer question. Oh, this one's all there. Would you rather write with a pen and paper only, or dictate all your drafts? This one's an easy one for me. Very, very easy. But intro. let's see, go back to that. I have the printing layout finished, and I'm really going back to the intro for the letters or author. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I was making up interior for some reason, and then I went with into. But yeah, intro does sound like it fits better. So, all right, let's get set up for the next sprint. Find the right button. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And then for everyone else, we'll get started on the next sprint in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time on the 4 sprint. How did you do? I'm just writing it down. This is like the most or the longest I've gone in a sprint with 59 minutes. Typically, it takes me a little bit to get back into my writing. And then I had all kinds of distractions today with getting coffee and the kitties and calling my son because he's on his way here and lots of other stuff. So, but that was very, very quick from the last sprint. We only had a few comments, so I was able to get right back into my writing and not have to worry about trying to figure out, okay, where did I leave off? What was my feeling? I had 349 words in revision, and I'm on now page 20 of 27. I was on 13 before. So at this rate, I should finish the story possibly with the next sprint and then start the second story. Maybe. I don't know. I might take the story and put it back through autocrit and see what it says. I feel like that's what I'll probably do instead. So, alrighty. Let's see how you guys did. And oh yeah, the question, would you rather write with pen and paper only or dictate all your drafts? And if y'all know me, you know that I do all the dictation. So, and I can't really do any pen and paper anymore because I tore my TFC in my wrist when it was actually a fall I had in the military when I broke my ankle. So, yeah, they can't fix it because it's a ligament without blood. And so they can go in there and sew it back together, but then it would fall apart because there's no blood, which promotes healing. So I can't write for very long without pain. But all right. We left off talking about the perfect writing day from Devin. Says usually plot twist in it anyways. So that was from the last question we had. Oh, new question. Dictate A4. Yes. I think really fast and dictate is much easier. Yeah, same for me. I do think fast, but I'm also a very slow typer. So I think faster than I can type, which is what they say is the best combination for those who like to do, or those who would want to do dictation, is that if you type slower than you think, then dictation is more likely to work the best for you. So yes, that works for me too. Hello, Melissa. How are you doing? I hope all is well. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. Are you working on anything today? The cats brought me a snake. Yay, me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, our cats aren't outside long enough for that, but that was my husband's like deathly afraid of snakes. So he would not like that at all. A gift for you, Devin, says Melissa. Answer 4, I'd rather dictate. Yeah. So there's no one would rather handwrite. Hi, Michael. How's it going? Hope all is well. I feel like it's been a while since I caught up with you as well. And this one's coming from the phone. So I'm trying out this new feature that StreamYard has where you can set up your stream to be optimized for desktop and phone. And I thought it would just be a single stream that it would optimize all of that for. And through StreamYard, it looks like a single stream, but through the YouTube side, it's 2 streams, which is just really weird. And I'm curious to see what it's going to look like when it all renders, which can take up to 24 hours after a stream is done, to see if there's something I'm going to continue doing. But it does mean like your comment is on your side with the phone. And I don't think it's the same as what other people are seeing who are on the desktop side. So, because I don't see it in the desktop side. Yeah, it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. I got about 100 words, getting distracted. Yeah, that was me for most of my morning. So 4,215 words today now to edit them. That's a lot of words, Martin. So awesome job. I don't have that many. I don't know what I've got. Let's see, 349. 349 is the most I've written so far. Of course, I'm just revising, so I'm not drafting anything. And so it's much fewer words, many fewer words. Well, I don't know what proper English is in this case. It's only 698 words so far I've added for the day. So, yeah. Pen and paper for Stacey, because I need the time to think about what I want to say. So if I was like 20 years younger before I tore my TFC, I probably would have said pen and paper as well, because I used to really like that. I don't really plan. I don't plot really. I've been doing a bit of plotting and planning when it comes to my shorter works because I'm trying to make sure I stay short. But I really, really enjoyed writing things by hand, because then when I went to go type it up, it was like I was going through the revision. And I don't actually like revising or editing as much as I love to draft. I love drafting. But I feel like when I was going from pen to paper and I was typing it up, it was almost as if I was drafting again, which is really weird. It's just like a trick of the brain, which I really, really enjoy drafting. And I don't really like revising, because I would revise it as I was typing it up. But then I felt like it was I was telling myself the story all over again. But it didn't feel like it was again. I don't know what trick that was in my brain, but I really liked it, and I tended to better that way. My writing was much better that way. But I can't do the pen and paper anymore. I did not, in fact, go back into the intro. You didn't. I'm finishing up the Rigdon family. There's a lot to unpack here, and I haven't even gotten to Emma Bell. Ooh, yeah, you got a lot to do. Well, my fingers fly over the keyboard. LOL. And then Melissa says, I've been out of live streams for a while. I've missed everyone. Glad to be here. We're so glad to see you too. It's been a minute since we've seen you. So, I know I was gone last week, so I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen a lot of people. And so, but yeah. I missed you last weekend, Melissa. Super busy. It was last weekend, right? I got back from the conference last weekend myself, but I didn't get online because I slept the whole weekend. Well, I slept all day Saturday. I was up a little bit more on Sunday, but Sunday or Saturday was all day sleeping. Because I went to Las Vegas for the conference. The hotel room was hot, very, very hot. And I do not sleep well in heat. I put the house, it's on 67 at night. I have a portable air conditioner in my room. Which blows on me. I have a fan that also blows right on me that sits on the floor, but I mean, it's a tall fan. I have another floor fan that is floor fan. Yeah, this one's shorter. That's down at my feet. Then the fan overhead that I turn on. That's how I usually sleep. The hotel room did not go below 68, and it was not 68 degrees in that hotel room because the refrigerator also didn't work. And so I have creamer because my coffee is very specific. And so I would get a bucket of ice and put my creamer into the bucket of ice. And in the morning, all the ice would be gone. It was water, and half of the water would be evaporated. That's how hot it was in the room. I woke up sweating, and I was sleeping on top of the covers the whole time. And I would wake up sweating every night. It was so hot. I barely slept. So all day Saturday, I slept hard. And then Sunday, I was still sleeping quite a bit. But so I don't know what I missed. Vanessa is going to be in Orlando this summer. June something. I plan on being there. Let me find a link. Okay. Yeah, that would be really cool. Hi, Martha. I'm new here. Just did a search for a live writing sprint and found this. Yay, what luck. Yeah, welcome, Martha. It's nice to have you here. What do you write? I mean, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to. I am a romantasy writer, although I do have some fantasy published. And currently I'm working on a short story series that are they're standalone short stories, but they're all in my world. And so that's what I'm actually revising today because I wrote all of these a couple months ago. And now I'm revising them to get them prepped to go to readers. So, well, welcome to Martha. Yes. Is that, I don't know, is that Batman or I think that is Batman in the avatar. There, looking at the bigger screen. Yes, it looks like Batman. So at first I thought it was a kitty cat because I just saw the ears. So, heading to a late lunch with the husband. Stream is on. Thank you, Morningstar. Appreciate that. I'll see you later. And I hope that your lunch goes well with your husband. So I'm sure it probably will, but hopefully the food is good. So I love reading romantasy. Currently working on a horror, and yeah, Batman. So horror is the one genre I could probably never write. I can't read it. I can't watch it. I have a very, very active imagination, and I dream stuff. Yes. I'm trying to remember the last thing I dreamed. It wasn't too long ago. I don't remember what it was. It's probably good that I don't remember it. I mean, the last thing I dreamed that was horror, and it was something. All it was talking about horror ideas with somebody, and I dreamed it that night. So the last time that I can actually remember reading something that was horror was a friend of mine. He published his debut, and it was about two serial killers who targeted each other, and while they were killing each other, they fell in love with each other. So it was quite horror-esque. And that night I dreamed I was a middle-aged white man, balding, and I was a serial killer, and I was having the time of my life. And it should have been a nightmare. And I woke up thinking why was that not a nightmare? I was having the time of my life in my dream. So that should have been a nightmare. Yes. Universe, Villains and Vixens. Oh, I've kind of heard of this, but I didn't know she was going to that. Let me grab that link. Open in new tab. Okay, I got it. Thanks for sharing it, Devin. So Devin and I, Martha, we're both in Florida, although I'm much further from Orlando than she is. So I'm in the Panhandle, and she's in the northeastern part of Florida. And actually, my sister-in-law lives in Orlando, but she lives in a tiny place, so I don't think I could stay there, but it'd be kind of cool. If we're, if I find out that I'm going and you want to go, maybe we can split a hotel or something. And I'd like to go see my sister-in-law if I could. Oh, wow. But yeah, I get it. Horror can be an acquired taste, but it's how I cope. I mean, I totally understand. I mean, every genre has its benefits and, of course, its own audience that works for the audience in in certain ways that other genres would not provide, whatever it is that provides it for, right? I mean, all of it's escapism, and but they're all a little bit different. Now, I do intend, I include, like, I think horror-like aspects in my writing, but not it's not as much tension with the horrors. Like, the horror genre has a lot of tension built into it. I don't think I have as much tension built into mine, but I do have some stuff in there. Totes. I'm game. I'm 2 hours for Orlando. Oh, you're real close. Yeah, no, I think how long would it take me to get there? How long from to Orlando? 6 hours and 41 minutes. So that would take me a while. A lot more longer. Yes, we could do words today. We are writers. About the hotel, I'm game. Okay, yeah, let me look into it. I gotta see the timing too. It's June. I have to depend on when it's June, because right, we're not doing the AWC in June, and part of that awesome reasoning for not doing the AWC in June, I mean, other than fewer people are coming to the conference at that time, is that my anniversary is in June. So, and I haven't really spent time, like, we haven't really done anything for our anniversary for the last few years, not since I started the AuthorTube Writing Conference. So I have to see what time it is. I'm looking at it. Wait, it's July. Did you say June or did you say July? You must have said July. Oh, that's really cool. Okay. Yeah, I could definitely do July. We're not going to do the conference in July. I know we're going to move it, but I don't know where we're going to move it to. Oh, this is so awesome. I want to do this. How much are the tickets? Hold on, I'm clicking on it. 7 hours? Yeah, words. I'm about 2.5 days drive for Orlando. I don't even know where you're at, Michael. Are you in Canada? You have to be like that far, or you have to be from the West Coast to be the Why Choose, Enemies to Lovers, Fated Mates. I love these names. Have you looked into Villains and Vixens at all, Devin? I've been following a few booktuber channels, and a lot of them have been like talking about these different conferences for books, and for this one looks like it's more maybe toward, I don't know if this one's for, right? Well, if Vanessa's going, she's about books, so it's probably for readers. Please choose a ticket type. Thursday, more info. It doesn't tell you what the prices are without clicking on one and choosing it ahead of time. Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, all these conferences and get-togethers and book things that are happening that are, well, at least they appear to be happening, and then they don't happen, or people are showing up and it's like one big room with like the music coming out of a boombox or something like that. And they've been really, really terrible. So yes, Southern Ontario. Okay, I was pretty close then. Oh wait, I missed one. Sorry. Oh no, that's the one you already said. Okay, Southern Ontario. I figured it had to be Canada or like the west coast of the States. I haven't heard of these until I saw Vanessa's post. So you haven't heard of this one either. Okay, so you're saying you don't know much about it. I think I'm gonna look into it. I'm sure if Vanessa is going, I'm sure she's done her due diligence, but I think I'd probably still want to just take a look. And I told myself I wasn't going to any conferences next year, but this looks kind of exciting. This is kind of a different type of conference. This is not a writer conference, right? Featuring 150 plus authors and narrators. This is more for people who are into books. Okay, let me stop looking at it so we can get going on our next sprint, because I want to get back into this story. I'm like almost at the climax of the story. So I'm really, really into, thanks for sharing the link. I'm really into this story and like how the climax is going to fall out. So, oh yeah, new question. Sprint number 5. It's truncated again, but it's another would you rather writer question, which is, would you rather lose all of your favorite writing playlists, or, I don't remember what I wrote in the question, but it's coming up. It's truncated on the back end here, so I can't see the rest of it. Or all of your favorite writing, what was it? Snacks. That's what it was. Yeah. So would you rather lose all of your favorite writing playlists or all of your favorite writing snacks? we'll answer this when we come back from the next sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we're going to get started with another hour. If I find the right tab, do I have another one after this? I do. Okay. Another hour in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that was time on that sprint. How did you do? I started talking and forgot to hit the button for the mic. So for a second I was muted. So I finished reading the whole story, well, revising all of it, going through, reading it from the beginning and making some revisions throughout the way. 380 words added in total in revisions, but I am going back through because I did have a revision document, and I'm going back through to make sure like I'm touching everything that I wanted to touch on here, or to see if I completed some of these revision notes already with what I've done. And only about a third of the way through my notes. So I think I'll be spending at least another sprint working on this, and then running it through through Atticus, and then see if there's anything more I need to do before I move on to the next short story. So, all right, let's catch up with you guys. Oh wait, the writer question, which is, would you rather lose all of your favorite writing playlists or all of your favorite writing snacks? And I go back and forth on this one. I'm not really sure which one I'd rather lose, but I think I might end up with snacks on this one, because I can get another favorite snack. Unless if by identifying a favorite snack, I lose my writing playlist. I don't know. I have no idea. I really don't know how I would answer this one. Alrighty, let's go see how you guys did. Left off with Devin saying, giving us the website for Villains and Vixens. I did not go and look at it any further. It'll probably be something I will look at further after the sprint time is over today. I don't know if it'll be today or tomorrow or whatnot. But I did mention it to my husband briefly, and he was like, oh yeah, okay, that's not too far away. So I was like, yeah, but I said I wasn't going to go to any conferences next year. So he just kind of, he says the same thing that he tells me every time, which is, does it get you out of the house and talking to people? Then yes, I'm all for it. Because otherwise I would just stay in the house and not go anywhere. So, all right. Answer the 5. I can lose the playlist. Don't mess with my snacks. See, I don't know. I go back and forth on which one I would give up. But I like my writing playlist. But then I don't use my writing playlist for every time I write. It just depends on what I'm doing. But I also don't eat snacks every time I write. So I don't know. I go back and forth. JC, hello. How's it going? Hello, everyone. Wow, you're still going. Well, yeah, it's a 12-hour day. 12-hour sprints. I did start at 8 a.m. this morning, my time, Central. So it was 9 a.m. Eastern. I think you might be Eastern, Jocelyn. I don't remember, but I think you are. So that would be 9 p.m. tonight is when I'll be done your time, if you are Eastern, or 8 a.m. my time. No, 8 p.m. my time, not 8. I'm not going 24 hours. 8 p.m. my time, Central. Kat, hello. Hey, I just arrived. Welcome. Robbie Hood, hello. Hi, everyone. Just joining. Well, welcome. It's nice to see some new faces along the way here. So are you a reader, writer, or is there something else you're working on? Let us know. You don't have to if you don't want to, but if you want to. I'm polishing the intro letter, almost done. Nice job, making good progress. I've edited my words, says Martin. So all of the 4,000 words, or you're still working on them? Slowly working towards 2K for the day. I don't know where I'm at now. I think I'm just over 1,000, but mine are all revising words, so I don't get as much, right? Usually we don't tend to get too much of a revising or editing. Melissa says, I ate lunch and did some light chores. Nice. To stay busy. I'm not doing any chores today, but I did eat lunch too, which was not really a lunch. I had a bagel, so it wasn't really lunch, but it is what it is. Stacey says a playlist because they can be rebuilt. I have lost many playlists, but food is sacred. Give me the goods. Seems like that the playlist can be lost is like the choice for most people. It seems like so far. So Chloe reads books. Hello, just found these sprints. Going to be reading Things Have Gotten Worse Since We Last Spoke by Erica LaRocca. I've not heard of that book. And is it any good? Do you like it? So yeah, I'm glad to have you here, Chloe. It's nice to see new faces. And yeah, and you're welcome to use these sprints in whatever way works for you. Today I am writing, not always writing, but and I wish I was, because I'm a writer, because I'd rather write. But some days you got to do other things, and then there are just days you don't want to do anything, and then those are the days that I read. But yeah, well, I just had like a stray thought about Stasia Stark, which I was watching her podcast interview with the Spa Girls yesterday, and I had gotten into reading her series, but the last book wasn't out yet, and now it's out, and I'm like, I don't remember all the books. I don't remember what happens in all the books, because I think it was like the 5th book in the series that just came out. And I'm like, should I go back and read all of them? I don't know. But that's the one I've been thinking about doing. I just finished up a series. So I'm like, what am I going to read next? I read really fast too. What am I picked up something, but I don't remember what I picked up next. But I'll do that. I'll just read a few lines of a book before I decide which one to read next. Beast mode for real. Yes. And hi, says Luke May reads. Welcome. Currently about 5 pages in, so I'll let you know. Okay, yeah, 5 pages is not too much, right? I do read like the first few lines of a book when I'm starting something new. Basically, it's mood. Like, this is the right mood for what I want to write because I will read because I'm kind of a mood reader, and then I'll go from there. So I have several books that I read them on my Kindle. So I have several books like at the 1% or 2%, and I go back through later and then read them as my mood hits me. So, but yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna read next. I don't have my phone in front of me, or I'd tell you what I started reading last night, but I fell asleep, so I don't know what it was. But yeah, all right. So we have got another sprint. So for readers, I have writer questions, so you don't have to worry about answering any of these. I typically do the writer questions when I'm doing the 12-hour sprints because 12-hour sprints, for me, I'm usually writing because my other sprints will be doing other things a lot of times. Let's see, where are we at? I think we're on, that was sprint number 5, so sprint number 6. So for writers out there, which is truncated again, so I can't see the rest of my question I put in here, and I can't remember what I came up with. I did a bunch of would you rather questions for writers, which in this one, I guess we could tailor it to reader questions as well. But okay, would you rather have a character who won't stop talking to you or one who refuses to tell you their motivations or motivation? So this is in the case for writers who believe that their characters kind of take over the script when you're writing. So I know there are some writers who are like, nope, I control my characters; they don't control me. I'm like, nope, my characters talk in my head all the time. So yeah. Oh, JC answered, I can lose the writing playlist. I need my snacks. See, everyone's choosing snacks. They'd rather lose any type of playlist versus their snack. And I'm the other way around. I can lose my snacks. But like, because the music helps me get into the mood for what I'm writing. So, all right, let's go ahead and get set up for the next sprint. I think that might have been the end of my playlist. Yeah, so I need to go back to my playlist and go back to the beginning because I only have like so many 1-hour videos for our sprints. I'm starting it over. Stop. It's like starting on its own. All right, for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 60 minutes on the clock, and we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right, and that's time on the 6th sprint. How did you do? I finished up that the story that I was working on, which is the 4th story in my short story series with 8. I still really love this story. I said at the beginning of the day, I love this story. I still really love this story. It's probably, I'm like, okay, if I didn't have a favorite already, this would be my favorite. So now I'm like stuck with which one's actually my favorite. So then I did take like a small break to take care of me for about 5 minutes or so. And I checked my email, and one of my Omega readers who's reading the first 3 stories just finished and sent me an email. And I thought it was really sweet, the email that she sent. Hold on, pull it up. She's just finished the last of the questions. The stories were really incredible. I could really feel the emotional roller coaster in each that kept me guessing till the heart-seeing ending. You're truly gifted and so creative, weaving the magic throughout the storyline. I know these stories will be well received. All the best success. I'm like, aw. And she gave me some really good feedback on some of the stories. Although I would say that my least favorite story of the 3, she liked like kind of the most. So I'm like, okay, what am I doing or thinking? And the one that I liked the least was the 3rd story in the bunch, is because that was the one I wrote when I was sick and I was in bed with a fever for 5 days, and I like kept falling asleep in the middle of writing it. And so when I went to go do revisions, I was like, this thing don't make no sense. I like several sentences. I had multiple words in there, and like one sentence I had 5 verbs because I couldn't figure out which verb I wanted. I guess that's what I'm guessing because I was sick. So yeah, and then it's the storyline is really cool. It's called Shadow and the Air Trickster, and so it's about a thief who's trying to steal this illusion mask from the air trickster, but he catches her and says, "Well, if you complete my trials, then you can walk away free." And she's thinking it means that she's going to get the mask, and so there's trials. Well, the 3rd trial are riddles. They have to do riddles back and forth, and in front of everybody, and those riddles made absolutely no sense from my feverish dreams. So whatever I was thinking when I was sick, I was like, when I read them when I was no longer sick, I was like, what was I thinking? Like, I don't understand. Much better now, but still, I feel like I basically rewrote the whole thing, and I didn't get I wanted to do another revision, but I was kind of like, I don't know what else to do at this point. And I thought, let me just give it to my readers and see what they say. But she liked that story. So I feel like it's the weakest of the 3 stories I gave her. Anyways, oh, and then I opened up my next story, which is the 5th one, which is also another one that I really liked. It's also another one that I have yet to revise even once. So I'm guessing, and I didn't revise the 6th one either. So I guess I have not revised any of these next 3 from stories 4 through 6. But I know the 6th story needs a lot of work. I remember that. I feel like the 5th story is pretty solid, but I do remember I left a lot of like author notes in the story. Like I have a drake. It's the first time I have a drake in my stories, because I have dragons, but my drakes are different. The dragons are shifters, the drakes are not, and they definitely look different. And I'm gonna kind of base it off of the Dragonology book. I don't know if you can see the Dragonology book back there. So that's just it's a fiction book that's made to sound like nonfiction about all the different species of dragons and what they look like, and what's the difference between drakes and dragons and all the other different types of. I think it has like oh shoot, what's the name of that? A basilisk. I think that might be in there too. I think, but yeah, different things, different types of dragons throughout different legends and what they look like, which again is written like fiction, but it's nonfiction because I'm sorry, it's written like nonfiction, but it's fiction because it makes it sound like that everybody believes this is what dragons are and the dragons are real. And so it's a really cool book. So I'm gonna base my drake, but I never explained what my drake looked like in the story. So I remember leaving that as a note in there, like describe the drake, because I just put drake. Fire drake is what it is. So I know I have a lot of author notes I need to finish up. So I think this was going to take me the rest of the day to revise, and probably won't finish it because we are more than halfway done with the stream. We got about 4.5 hours left. So, okay. The question this time around for writers out there: would you rather have a character who won't stop talking to you, or one who refuses, oh, I forgot, it truncates it, so I have to wait for it to come back around, or one who refuses to tell you their motivations? So, would you rather have a character who won't stop talking to you, or one who refuses to? I think I would take one who refuses to tell me their motivations, because if they won't stop talking, then that means I can keep them talking. And actually, you can use some CIA tricks on this. I watched a lot of videos about CIA and M5, MI5, whatever it's called, the FBI, even anything and everything I could find out about like samurai culture, and all of that because of my longer work, my novel that I'm working on. Because I have two people, the two protagonists are both secret agents for secret societies. So I read a lot about it. So it's like learning tricks. So you can actually get people to tell you their motivation without them knowing that they're telling you their motivation if you ask the right questions. So if you have a character who won't stop talking, you just have to ask the right questions, and then they'll tell you their motivation without them realizing that they're telling you their motivation. Anyways, that's what I would think. Okay, let's go over to you guys and see how you guys did and who answered the question. So left off, I guess Kat said here, talking all the time. They would rather have a character who won't stop talking all the time. So, okay, I agree with that one too. So I want them to talk, says Stacey. Okay, that seems like I was like on the other side of everybody else last time. Gwenna, hello, how's it going? Oh, honestly, I think I like best the characters that refuse to tell me their motivation. I like to wear them down over time and really dig into the core of their psyche to get my answer. But if they're refusing to tell you their motivation, you're never going to get it. So you would rather them talk to you so you could wear them down and get to their answer, I think. Maybe. I don't know. We could be interpreting this differently too. Even though I wrote it, it doesn't mean that I understood what I wrote. And sometimes I feel like I could have wrote some of these better. Some of these would you rather writer questions. But hello, friends. Shanna, see you're doing something crazy again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is mainly twofold. I wanted to set the 12-hour sprints because I was gone all last week for the conference. And YouTube doesn't really like it if you take a break. It already doesn't really prefer live streams over videos, but I rarely do videos anymore. So this is a way just to kind of kickstart the algorithm. And I haven't done it every month, but I've been somewhat consistent this year to do one 12-hour live stream most months, not every month. Like I did one in July or June, I think, or maybe both. But I do enjoy them because I like to super like hyper focus on what I'm working on. And usually these are for my writing. And then the other part was like yesterday, I remember feeling like I'm so glad for tomorrow because I haven't written anything since Monday and writing soothes my soul. So I'm glad to be writing. And I know that following this day, I'm going to be right back into heavy doing a couple of other things that are not writing. They're not writing, but they're writer related. They're related to my business as an author, but not writing. I'm here to join you whilst the gremlin naps with the husband. Peppermint hot cocoa. Oh, that sounds yummy. And fresh warm bread in hand. Can't wait for the rain today. I don't know what the weather's like outside. I haven't been out there yet. Probably won't be out there today. Yay, I'm done with my Amazon Live. I hope it went well. Went super well. Didn't have to say that. So excited. Taking a screen break. My shopping live went for 2 hours. Wow. Leaving it for views, but I'll be back soon. Oh, I appreciate that, Rita. Thanks so much. That was like an hour ago. I'm going to take an eye break and get some food since we're talking about snacks and all. Makes sense. Richard says, okay, back to get more shizzle done. That was like nearly an hour ago. So hopefully you were able to get some in. Answer from JC. Oh, I like best when my characters talk to me. It really helps me to get to know them better. And boy, do they tell me when they're getting their story wrong. Tell me when I'm getting their story wrong. I read that wrong. Yeah. I don't know that mine tells me I'm getting the story wrong. They just go somewhere else than when I was putting them in the story. And then I realized I was getting their story wrong. Hello, this is Jocelyn. I think that's to everybody who's come in. If you don't see her comment, it's because it's through the mobile side of this live stream, which I don't know if who's here when I talked about it earlier and who's new. I think like Gwen is probably new. So in StreamYard, it had this new function that when you set up a live stream, you could choose to have it like basically optimized for desktop and for your mobile phone. And I thought, well, sure, yeah, who's not going to say yes to that to get it optimized? I don't know what that would look like, but so I clicked on it. So it's one live stream in StreamYard, but on YouTube, it did 2 live streams. And there's 2 live streams on my homepage, which was really weird. And then someone told me that they saw that was 2 live streams as well. And so one is like coming from the mobile side, one's coming from the desktop side. So the comments are not the same that you can see in YouTube, but I can see them both here on the back end of StreamYard. I'm just going to see what's going to happen when it fully renders after I finish the live stream. It's usually about 24 hours, sometimes sooner. It'll show me if it resolves as 2 separate live streams, then I'll change it for future streams. But I think I do have some of it set up like in a week and a half or something with more live streams where it's like 2 streams each, and it's not supposed to be. It's just supposed to be the one, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, technology. I had an excellent research sprint. That sounds great, Melissa. I'm glad you were able to get some progress in that made you feel really good about it. That's always the best thing. 826 words for Gwenna. I should be doing homework instead of writing, but meh. I'd probably be like you. 118 words for Cat plus food and talking. That was quite productive for food and talking. You still got words in. Hey, Gwenna from JC. JC, my love. Oh, man, I think I grew up with a copy of Dragonology. I remember looking through something similar to that as a kid. I don't know if I ever did see them, but I've been seeing them like advertised. And so there's more than one. There's the Dragonology. There's Piratology, which I have that one too for pirates. I think there's one for witches. And I feel like I have another one, but I don't know if that's the one I have. I don't know what I did with it. My dragon one, I know where it's at. It's there, but I don't know where the other ones are at. But yeah, I love them. I think it's really cool. And I mean, if you guys have seen them, they're like, hold on, let me grab this real quick. Sorry, I didn't know if I was going to knock things over. I'm a bit depth perception. I have depth perception issues, so I knock things over. Okay, so like you got the first page, looks like this. And this is actually like a raised envelope that you can, I haven't even opened it yet. Have I? I feel like I have. I must have did it real soft, but then this is like raised off of it. It's so cool. The pages are really, really thick. I'm trying to figure out why that one's thick. I don't know why that one is. Usually it means there's something in it and I can feel stuff, but that one I don't really see anything. Okay, like right there, there's like, okay, this is supposed to be like a membrane of a wing, and it's actually textured. And this is like a raised section there. It's really cool how they do it. I'm trying to find something. Here's like another one that's like the scales. Oh, here's one that, okay, this shows a little bit more. Like you can see like the structure of the dragon and how it breaks it down and stuff. I love these. It's so cool how they do it. Again, if they read like nonfiction, like this is like the be all to end all, right? Or however they say that. And you're supposed to believe it. Although I feel that they know that, you know, they're joking as they do this. But of course it's not real, but I think it's really cool. Anyways. On the back. Okay, I felt something on the back. But yeah. Shanon doing a great job with this marathon. Thank you, Richard. I'm still plugging away at actioning my dev edits for my thriller novel. Originally wrote this in 2023 and dusting it off to publish next year. Nice. I was actually going through like all of my writing projects that I have like started and that I have going, or things that I know that I'm doing. Is this it? So like I know what my publishing is going to be for next year. So for those who may or may not know anything about my publishing, I publish really slow because I've been doing Kickstarters and my books are really, really long. So I published nothing this year. Last year, I published my Kickstarter novel and novella. That was part of my Kickstarter from 2023. I published those two. Nope, I published just the novel last year because the novella I did in December of the year before. And I published earlier in that year. I don't remember what I published. Oh, I had to go back. So no, it was like one book. So no books this year, one book last year, two books the year before. And altogether, that means like one book a year, basically. But I have this Kickstarter book that I did Kickstarter this year. So that's going to come out in January. The novella from that Kickstarter is going to come out in March. And then I have all of these short stories that I'm doing. So like I have every month I'm publishing something. And then I start looking at all the works that I'm like working on. I'm like filling up the 2027 already when I'm publishing, and something every month except for November and December. And so I'm like, wow, I've got all these works I've been working on just here and there. But you know, I've been concentrating on my series, my main series. But I only have one book left that's standalone in my main series. So the first three books are standalone. They all happen at the same time. They're non-linear. It's three brothers. They talk to each other. They're, you know, in each other's stories. So you get a little bit of them in their stories as they're happening. But when it gets to the fourth brother, then that's going to start a sequel series that is going to be linear. So it's going to be written, you have to read it in order. And I don't want to publish any of those books until all of them are done, because everything's probably going to leave off somewhat on a cliffhanger because it's a series, a series that's, it's not standalone. And I'm like, I know how I am as a reader. I've gotten to a point where I really don't like starting a series that's not done, because I start forgetting like the story. Like I was talking about Stasia Stark's I think it's A Lovely Something or Others is the name of that first book in that series, and she just came out with the last one. And it's like book 5 or 4 or something like that. And I was looking back through the other books. I was like, I sort of remember these books, but I don't remember the stories. So I want to have them all done, which means I need to have other things publishing while I'm trying to get that story done. And when I went to the Author Nation conference last week, I went to one of the courses, or one of, what do you call it, the presentations, where the author was talking about how to order your life to publish a book every month. Now she writes just contemporary romance, which are shorter, and hers are 50,000 words. She has 3 series that she's working on. 2 of them are 50,000 word books, and the third one is 75,000 word books. And romance can be quite formulaic, and she definitely leans into the formulas. So she knows exactly how many chapters every book's going to be, and what's going to happen, where all the beats are going to fall. She says they can kind of slightly change. But anyways, she writes 50,000 words in less than 3 weeks. So she's writing a book every month. And then the rest of the month, she's working on revisions and edits. And everything she's working on in that month will be published a year from then. So that month, what is publishing that month is something that she wrote a year ago. And she sets this up so that if so happens she gets sick or there's something that happens and she ends up not being able to write one month, it's okay. She still has a book coming out, and then she can gauge how to set up the rest of her schedule so that she still has a book come out every month. Now, I'm not really trying to go for like, having a book come out every month. That was never my intention. I just want to see how she was setting this up. And I like this idea of working on writing now that's going to come out in like 2 years. Like the traditional publishing, that's how they kind of work on things. That way they can edit and revise and get cover done and everything, and not have to feel like, oh, it's done, let's get it out into the world right now. And I really like that. That's why I started setting up my schedule for everything that I've been writing. So yeah. I don't know how I got on that topic. Let's go on. Hello, Keiko. How's it going? For some reason, your stream is double. Oh, yeah. Did you just hear you probably just heard my explanation for that. It's a new thing that StreamYard is doing, and I don't know. I didn't expect it to do the double like that. This is the first stream I set up where it's doing that, but I do have some future streams that are set up. Next week's streams I set up before the conference, so they don't have that because the feature wasn't there yet. So I'm going to see what this does. And then probably I'm going to go change the other ones and take off the optimization for the mobile side. But same, keep them talking. I can tune them out if I need to. Plus, if they don't stop talking, they probably won't mind if I ask questions over and over, right? So the screen is narrowed down like watching it from a phone. So if you go to if you're on the desktop, go to my main page, you can see the other one and go to that one instead. So one of them is optimized for mobile. The other one's optimized for desktop. I also came back for work just 15 minutes ago. It's like 10:42 p.m. Not a good work week. Understaffed season 12 or 15. Understaffed season 12 or 14. I'm so sorry to hear about that. Yeah, it sounds like your job is not a very nice one, but I know you're in school, so that means eventually, hopefully, you can leave such a job and then find something better. I am about to start making dinner. I am getting hungry. So you must be East Coast time probably, huh? Because I'm almost 4 p.m. here at Central. Got to the end. All right. Got another question, writer question. And this one's not truncated, so I can read it all. This one is, so we'll answer this when we come back. Would you rather write a plot with no subplots or one with 10 subplots? So yeah, well, some people left. So one was on vacation in his home country. Oh, that would make it harder too. Yeah, for your job, that means you're picking up a lot of slack. So, okay, we are going to get set up for another sprint. Find the right button. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. All right, that is the end of the 8th sprint. I have 0 words, but I was working. So I went through the analysis by autocrit for the next story that I'm working on, and that one's Flicker in the Fire Scion. And then I looked at the GPT that I built and what it said. Overall, I don't really have a lot of notes to incorporate, but this story also has like a lot of placeholders because I hadn't figured things out yet. And so one of the things I hadn't figured out was, and I probably don't even really need it for the story. So the first thing that I have on here is from the beginning, the opening, where I don't know who's here, but if anyone can catch this, right? Okay, so the first sentence of this story, and I've said it to a few people, and I'm like, no, think about it. And then they think about it, like, oh, it's not what jumps out at you right at first, but it's okay. They said a phoenix egg could cheat mortality. Okay, so the first thing that jumps out, right, is this, oh, their phoenix egg can help me be immortal. No, the thing that's really there to think about is phoenix egg. Because how are phoenixes, like, what do we typically think of a phoenix? We think of phoenix dying and being reborn from the ashes, not an egg. So that kind of sets up everything with this. It's all about this phoenix egg, which then I go on to describe that it comes from once in an age, a minor goddess of flame takes a fire drake as a consort. And then that's when a single egg results of the union. And I'm like, okay, well, who's this minor goddess of flame? Like, I just made her up here in the story. I highlighted it. I'm like, so I started doing some world building. Like, okay, who could this be? And who would her father be? Who would her mother be? Where would she have been raised? And what does she represent in the culture? What are the different mythologies around the world that have anything to do with like minor fire fate or fire goddesses and fire gods? And what type of roles do they play in their societies? And so I was researching and world building and writing up notes. So that's what I spent that sprint doing. But anyways. Yeah. Okay. The question for this sprint was, would you rather write a plot with no subplots or one with 10 subplots? And I would rather write the one with 10 subplots. I don't think I could write a plot with no subplot, to be honest. I mean, it's inherent in what I write about because I write romantasy, which is fantasy and romance. It's really 2 plots. Neither one of them are really subplots. But fantasy itself always has a ton of subplots happening anyways, because I used to write fantasy. There's always a ton of subplots going on with fantasy. And so I would rather have the 10 subplots because I could stretch that into multiple stories that are all connected. So that would be my choice. All right, let's go see what you guys did and how you might have answered this same question. So I was leaving off with Keiko talking about her job where people had left. One was on vacation in his home country and then suddenly sent his resignation because the visa stuff was too complicated. Then Just said, I'm back, switch lives. That's better. So from what I understand, she was on the mobile one, not the desktop one. So Melissa says to Devin, I see your message from earlier. Yes, last weekend I had a long weekend off, so I did streams both Saturday and Sunday. And those are days that I was sleeping because I had just got back from the conference and didn't sleep hardly at all because of how hot the hotel room was. So I don't even know who went on the weekend, that last weekend. But so I'm sorry I've missed you. And then hi to Jocelyn. Answer 7. Considering my first Arthurian had 14 subplots last I counted, I think it's clear which side of the spectrum I'm on. I think so too. Mint chocolate drumstick acquired. Oh, that sounds yummy. And the break into Act 2 for my second Arthurian is complete. Huzzah! Woohoo! Awesome job, Gwenna. I'm glad you're getting some work in. Gotta head out, says Kat. LOL, too much stimulation with the different things going on at once. I understand, no worries. And I hope that the rest of your day goes well. And then hello, how are you doing? It's been a minute since I've seen you. I feel like you've been here before. Your name looks very familiar, although the avatar does not look familiar. Let me go to the YouTube side. I don't recognize the avatar, but I recognize the name. So I think you've been here before. But if not, welcome to the channel or welcome back. And Katie, hello. How's it going? Hello, everyone. How are you? How's the writing going? Nice work, Gwenna from Eva. Hi, Melissa. Answer for the question is 10 subplots. I think most of us are going with the 10 subplots. Is anyone? I'm not for the 10 subplots. Thanks, Eva from Gwenna. Morningstar is back. Number 7, not sure. I tend to have several subplots, but isn't that just fantasy? Big backstory are us? Yes, exactly. 1,025 words for that sprint. That is awesome. Awesome. I got 0 words, but that's okay. I did lots of world building instead. So yeah, I'll feel better about going in, even though I don't even need to give the minor goddess a name for her to give the backstory about how a phoenix egg comes into being. I could just leave it at a minor goddess. So I'm like, do I really need to know this? But I really want to know. There's a part of me like, you got to know. You need to know. Like, why do I need to know? I don't know why I need to know, but I need to know. So I'm building it up. And this story actually has lots of, I think this is one of my shortest stories of the 8. For those who are just joining, I have written an 8-part short story series. It's more like novelettes because they're between 9,000 and like 13,000 words. They're all fitting within the 1 hour reads category on Amazon, and I'm going to be publishing them next year. The first 3 are with my readers right now, and I'm now revising the next set of 3 before they go to my readers. And so I'm working on this, and this is one of my shortest ones. It's 9,800, so 9,839 words. So this is one of my shorter stories. So I have room to add. I can add who this minor goddess is, but I don't know if I need to. Okay. 1,009 words, joined a bit late. I think that's so great, Katie. I think you've done a great job there. I can handle 1 subplot, but 0 is too few for a whole book, and 10 is way too many. I was thinking about that. I don't know that there are too many stories that don't have subplots. There's always some type of subplot. Typically, but not always, subplots usually are romance in some way, and it doesn't have to be a full romance. And it may not even be an HEA or HFM, but there's some type of romancing going on in the background of the main plot, not in the background of the story, but in the main plot. So, Morningstar, big backstory are us. Yeah, should be the name of the genre. Beat it like with a whisk. I don't know what that was in reference to. Probably something I said, maybe. Yeah. I pick a plot with no subplots. 10 is a whole lot. It is a whole lot. No, so it would just be like an epic story for sure. I write epic anyways most of the time. So true, Gwenna. Phoenix, eggs, and ham. Oh my gosh. So anyways, the story is that in it, the protagonist that we're in the mind of is this woman. So that's all human females that are in all 8 stories with a fae, an elemental fae, is who they fall in love with in the story. And for her, she has been fencing things. She's been like stealing and fencing things just to keep surviving in this fire fae culture, because she was married to a fire fae, but he died in one of the wars, and she has nowhere to go. And his family disowned her after he died because she's human. Humans don't really have a high role in any of these societies. And she has learned about the phoenix egg. Well, the one thing is that, it's not just that it can extend life, but it can also, what did I write here? It can also, I put quicken barren wombs. So she never had a child with her husband, and she really wants to have a child. So that's her main thing, is why she wants to get this phoenix egg so she can have a child. And in the end, what is revealed to her and the male protagonist, he actually knows it already, but he didn't say anything because he was just curious about what she was going to do exactly. Like, he knows why she wants it, but he's just curious what she's going to do once she finds out what happens. And that is, you cannot, the father, which is a fire drake, he's the one guarding the egg. He shows them a vision that the only way to get a phoenix egg is to kill the chick inside. Because if the chick is born, it burns up the egg, and then you don't have a phoenix egg. So, and then of course, then they make their choices from there where they're going to do it. It's a really good story. I like the story. I know I wrote it, but I don't always like my stories. I like this one, but yeah. Ice cream still sounds good. I asked my husband for some earlier. I finished the introduction and form for the letters from the author. Nice. Making good progress. Chugging along. That could be part of a subplot. She doesn't have a name. Perhaps forgotten with time. Perhaps she didn't want to be called upon. It's true. It could be. But I kind of like the idea that it's like the minor fire goddess came from the fire god and a high-ranking fire fae woman, which could be one of the one of the women, or the main queen, or it's not queen in my Fire Fae culture. I don't know what her name would be, because in the Fire Fae culture, it's male dominated. So I have all of the elements are split into seasons, and two of the seasons are ruled by one gender. So winter is by women, or two female goddesses, and summer is ruled by two male gods. And so the cultures that came out of those are male and female dominated, which is interesting to write all these stories because I get to play around with those. And then the other four elements are all gender balanced. So there's no gender inequality. So, anyways, I thought it could be someone that's like partially related. She would be partially related. She's a minor fire goddess, and if she was born to the basically Fire Fae queen, and the Ember Lord, that's the name of the king, basically, is the father of the female protagonist in my book that I'm writing right now, my big long work in progress. That will be my next Kickstarter, which means the minor Fire Fae goddess then could be a half sister to my female protagonist in that book, Nira. And I think that would be kind of cool. That's why I was like delving into, like, oh, it's, hierarchies and family trees and all of this and everything. So I don't know. I was just kind of going through different things in my mind. I may have more than 10 subplots in my story. 1, 2, 3, keep on going. I know when I write the sequel series to this, because I'm writing the third book now that's a standalone with the other two books. The fourth book will start a sequel series that needs to be read after those three books, but those three books can be read in any order. That is going to have a whole lot going on, because it will have the previous three books couples who are all on their own missions. Some of them will be working together still. So like the second book, Emmy and why am I forgetting? It starts with an E. Edmar. So they were sent on a mission by the sun god to wake all the other gods, because all the other gods are sleeping, the major gods. They woke up one god at the end of that book, but they still have 6 more gods to wake up. Right? 6. Yeah, I can count. So they have 6 more gods to wake up. So they're on a pirate ship together. So they're sailing the seas to go to the next god. So they're together. So that's like one subplot, but it's all going to tie back to the overarching thing that's happening all together. Which could be possibly the end of the world. Obviously, it's like epic fantasy. So epic fantasy is always world-ending consequences. So that's where we're going with that. But hey, how's it going? I hope all is well. You look familiar to me as well. So if you've been here before, welcome back. If not, then welcome to the channel. All right, let's go ahead and get started here in a second. Hold on, got another question. So sprint number 8, we're going on. Got another writer question. Would you rather? Again, this is truncated because it's a little bit too long. So I gotta wait for it to cycle around on the screen. But it starts with, okay, would you rather write in only one genre forever, or change genres with every new, and then truncated, project? Okay, so would you rather write in only one genre forever, or change genres with every new project? Which is kind of a weird question for me to ask, because technically romantasy is 2 different genres, not just one. It'll become its own eventually, but it still really is technically just one genre. I need another writing question. No, I got one more. And I think we're going to at least do another sprint. So if this goes 5 to 6, 6 to 7. So I need one more question I need to figure out, because I only got 9 questions here. Okay, let's go ahead and get started for this next one. Find the right button. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we're going to start for the next hour sprint. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that's time on the 8th sprint. Yeah, how did you do? I went and fed the cats and the kid because my husband had to leave out and I didn't know how long he was going to be gone for, but he just got back. So I was like, do I need to feed the dog? And he was like, no, I got the dog. Okay. Um, so just did that and then got back into looking at the world building a little bit more. Didn't spend a whole lot of time on it. And then, well, I guess I spent more time than I thought because it was it's 12 plus 7 is 19 minutes. That's what I gave to revision. So I started working on the document and added 153 words. So, alrighty, let's see how you guys did. But first the question, would you rather write in only one genre forever or change genres with every new project? And I did see some of the answers already because what I would have originally probably have said was that I would change genres with every new project because I don't think I could just stick in one genre unless it was romantasy, if that was considered one genre, which it kind of is, but isn't. Just depends on what you go by. Is not its own genre on on Amazon when you try to pick a category. You fall either under fantasy or you fall under romance, and then it's the romance or fantasy part. So definitely not its own. But I saw some of the answers like, oh yeah, I could do that. Let's see where I left off. It was I don't know how you say it's DM O'Keefe, probably came in. That was where I left off. And then Gwenna answered, oh, I could write fantasy forever. The subgenres alone make it worthy choice. I guess that then would be the question is like, what would you consider a genre? I need to be better in my questions. So, because at this point, fantasy, I mean, yeah, that can make so much sense. There's so many subgenres under fantasy. So then we could just write one genre for it because then you get hit all of the subgenres of fantasy. You could probably do that with almost every genre. Probably not all, but most of them. And then Katie says, I'd rather write one genre forever, I think. Yeah. And then Martha says, thank you so much for this. I shall catch you on the next one. Well, thank you so much for popping in. We appreciate you being here. Hopefully you were able to get some things done. Stacey answered the question, can I choose one genre but mix it with others? If not, I think most of what I would write would be considered cozy. So there's that. Yeah, and then cozy is like a subgenre of so many other genres. You have cozy fantasy, you have cozy mystery. I've heard of cozy horror. I've never read any of it because I don't know how you have cozy horror. It feels kind of weird to say cozy horror because horror by definition almost doesn't seem like it's cozy. But hello, Pasquad. Welcome. Hey, guys. Saying to everyone. Finally, I'm getting some words. Yes, you did it. Hopefully, you were able to make a progress. Oh, that was like an hour ago. So hopefully you got some more in. 200-ish words. This was a little while ago. The scene is done and the kiddo's up. Time to go. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for being here, Gwenna. Great work, Gwenna, says Morningstar. I am tired, so I think I need to wrap up so I can head to bed when I get the kiddo to bed. I've got 1,074 today, which is great. Yes, awesome job, Stacey. I'm so happy that you're able to get so many words. I think I'm roughly around 1,000 right now too, maybe 1,100. I'm not sure. I think I would have hit 1,000 on the last sprint, and then adding 153 is probably around 1,100, 1,200 now. So, that was like a half hour ago, so I think I missed you leaving out, but thank you so much for being here. Yesterday was the first day I had written in nearly a month, so I don't want to you don't want to burn yourself out. So I don't want to burn myself out by pushing myself too much. I'm definitely okay. My husband just texted to say I'm home, but I already knew he was home because I could hear him out there, so I just said okay. Yeah, I can definitely hyper focus for a long time. I can remember like one time when I got burnt out from writing too much. And I think that was just like because I was doing dictation and over 2 days I wrote 23,000 words. But the first day was 18,000. It did not feel burnt out. So I thought, okay, the next day I think I could do like another 18,000. That'd be really cool. It'd be 36,000 words. Yeah, no, it was like another 5,000. But I didn't write for a minute after that. I think it was a few days before I wrote again, maybe a couple weeks. I think it was a couple weeks. This was back in 2023. I can barely remember anything. No, that wasn't. That was 2022. So 2023 is when I published the book in June. And I did that 23,000 during a June. Back then it was the Storyteller's Hearth Relay Weekend is when I did 23,000 words. But I did like 253,000 words in August this year. And I felt so pumped up from it. But I can burn out from other things, like too many emails, too much admin. Yeah. I had to go pick up my daughter, says Morningstar. That was about 30 minutes ago, so I missed Her move leaving out, but thank you so much for being here. Can't believe I finished this. I can't believe it took all day. At least you got it done, right? Yay, nice work, Devin. And that's great, Devin. Wonderful, Devin. I would change genres. I'm thinking I would too. That's what I would think. I mean, I think I probably need to be more specific on my question, because I just put genre without saying much. Maybe I should put like subgenre. So like if you're stuck in like fantasy romance, which is kind of a subgenre, and write nothing else, I think I could write. No, because I do get a hankering sometimes. I like to write sci-fi as well, but I've not done it for a while because I'm just trying to stick with this. And I don't think I would ever write extensively in sci-fi. So yeah, I don't know. And thank you. Lots of love from Devin to Melissa and Pasqua. And then Morgan came in. Hello, how's it going? Are you doing anything? Or are you just hanging out? I think I've given up for the rest of this day, LOL. It's okay, Rita. You've done a lot. You had a live stream, then you had your Amazon Live, and you were on the Amazon Live for 2 hours from what you said. That's a long time. Yeah, and you went like half the day on your live stream, so I'd probably be done too. I don't know if you got any writing done. I don't think after last time we talked, you weren't really writing at this point because you had all these other goals you were going for. Stacy says, I would imagine that cozy horror would be like 80s horror where it's very cheese. The Lost Boys come to mind. I bet you that's what it would be like, huh? Yeah. It just feels like to me that there would be like so much tension in horror in coming up to that moment of the psychological stuff that I don't know how it could be cozy. I just don't know. Got about 500 words on that sprint. Nice, DM. Nice. Awesome progress. I don't know if you have like a goal for the day or sprints or whatnot, but I feel like it's a great word count. The answer to number 8 from Jocelyn. I already write in more than one genre, and it's a ton of fun. Fantasy, sci-fi is so broad and has so many awesome subgenres. Yeah, see, that's right. I probably need to be more specific in my question. I probably did. I'm a hyper focus too. Yeah, you and I were a lot like. Did you say you've done the Clifton Strengths? I feel like you said yes, but I don't know if you did because I can't remember what your Clifton Strengths are. But I know that you and I, we have a lot in common, and the way we approach things, and the way, when it comes to like business and writing and what we're concentrating on, and the hyper focus, and what interests us as far as like the reading, the craft books, the publishing, the marketing stuff. That we have a lot of likes in that. And then Adeshle and I, we also have a lot of the similarities. And he actually was talking about his Clifton Strengths. I think this was right before I left for the conference last week. And him and I, we share 4 of our top 5 Clifton Strengths. Yeah, I think I have Achiever, and his was, I don't remember, Contacts. I don't remember what it was. But we only had one that was different. We both had Futuristic, Input, and Intellection, Learner. I think that's 4. Yeah. So I wonder what yours are, if we have some in common too. Some weird switch in my whole body, haha, like I have to keep going to the end, insert whatever thing in the blanks. Do I feel that way when it comes to like tasks. I am in my head thinking like I have to finish this and get to the end. The only time I don't feel that is when I'm in my writing, like when I'm drafting. When I'm revising, totally different. It feels like a task. But when I'm drafting, I just get in and I get hyper focused, and that hyper focus is much different. That's like getting into the flow state. And when I can get in a flow state, it's so awesome. But I'm not able to get there as often as I was when I was younger and writing all the time. I think because I do have a lot more admin tasks and family and other things happening, where before it was just a teenager writing all the time. That coming out of that flow state was just it's just a weird feeling, because it feels like, you're in the wrong world when you first come out. At least that's how it is for me. When I first come out of my writing on a flow state, I'm like, wait, is this real life? And I'm like, this is not real life. So thank you, Eva. LOL. No writing done except for writing copy or social media promo stuff. Yeah, I figured. I still want to repost those clips Eva did and schedule them for Writer Channel. Yes, that would be awesome. I can't wait. Cozy Horror, Buffy the Vampire Slayer? I don't know. I guess it could be. I don't know. I don't know what classifies as cozy horror, to be honest, but it's very interesting. But I've heard the term a few times now, and I'm like, is this real, or are people pulling my leg? But and I think, I did the Clifton test, but I don't remember. Maybe that's what it is. I think I probably asked you and you said the same thing, and I'm like, then I don't remember what you said, because you don't tell me what your Clifton strengths are, because you don't remember what, where it's at, or what you've done, or what you get. I'll find and read. I'll find one and retake it. LOL. Yeah, I don't know that. Because I only did the first 5. I did my top 5. It was part of my ticket to Becca Syme's conference, Marketing for Your Strengths, which is a couple years ago. It was like one of the best conferences I ever went to. I learned so much. And it was part of that. I think you have to pay for it. There are some Clifton Strengths ones online that you don't pay for, but they're not the exact ones. So I don't know if they work the same. I think someone told me that they found one. My goal is just to write every day. I feel like whenever I skip, I fall off completely. See, you would have been one that was great for one of these questions that we had earlier, that these writer would you rather questions. What did I have? The question was, would you rather write 500 words a day forever or 5,000 words once a week? It would have been great for that one, because you probably would have chose the 500 words every day. At first, I chose 500 words every day because my math didn't math, and I thought that was like 7,500 words a week, which is more than 5,000. That's why I went with that one, until I realized my math was wrong, and I was off by a lot. It's only 3,500 words a day. And so then I went with the 5,000 words a week. But taking Clifton Strengths Assessment now, stand by. Oh, okay. Did you find one then? And LOL. I want to take the long one, because there's 34 strengths in the test, and it's all about the order of your strengths. So it's not at all about like what you don't do well with. It's the order of your strengths and how they fall in there. And Becca Syme talks about a lot of this on her YouTube channel. But everyone works differently because of how your strengths work in tandem with the ones that it's by. So like, is it intellection? Yeah, I think intellection is a strength where you tend to think about things. So you're someone who will really think through a problem. You'll give it a lot of thought. You'll weigh pros and cons, I think. I mean, I don't know if those terms are actually used, but that's how I kind of remember it. And but the downside to intellection is that you can think for too long and never act. You never do anything. But because I think my intellection is number 4 of my strengths. My number 3 is achiever. An achiever is someone who gets things done. So because my achiever is next to my intellection, I think about things for a really long time. I really weigh through everything. But I also have achiever, and once it's paired with that, that means after I'm done thinking, I get it done. So that works well. And that's exactly how I work as a person when it comes to like every task that I give myself. I will think about things for a really long time, and then I do stuff and I get things done. So, and then my number 1 is futuristic, which just means I look to see what, I look to the future and make goals. I'm trying to remember what that one is exactly. It made sense when it came out, futuristic on Clifton Strengths. People with futuristic imagine what could be and help others believe in it too. Their vision of the future brings energy, direction, and inspiration to individuals and teams. They don't just anticipate change, they create hope for what's next. And that's from Gallup.com. And Gallup is the one who developed the Clifton Strengths tests. And they're pretty well known and a reputable organization that develops these things. So people exceptionally talented and futuristic theme are inspired by the future and what could be. They energize others. So yeah, that's me. That would make sense. Because I kind of told a story earlier this week, but I didn't catch up with everyone in my chats. But like I connected with a gal on the very first day that I arrived in Las Vegas. I arrived on Sunday and the conference started on Monday. But I was meeting with Dale and his wife and Nate from Later Press, and we went down to the food court to get something to eat. And this gal had come by. She walked by our table a couple times. I kept seeing her look at Dale. And so finally she stopped and she's like, "Hey, I know you, Dale. You're from YouTube." And it was so cute. And, said hello, introductions, blah, blah. She went to go sit alone. And I was like, "Dale," I was like, "She's sitting by herself. Tell her, come over here." And he was closer to her in the tables in the court, in the food court. I was like, "Dale, tell her, come sit with us." And so then her and I start talking, and she had published on Radish all year and just started this year publishing, and she had amassed a following. Didn't start a newsletter because she didn't really know like what to do with that, and didn't like have all the tools for, being an author. She just wanted to start writing. It was something she had never, like, I think she thought about writing before, but wasn't something she'd ever really pursued. And now Radish closed down. And so she had come to the conference to figure out what she wanted to do with her publishing. Like, what choice was she going to make next? Was she going to continue like doing serialized fiction and where would she go, or would she go ahead? She was thinking about that particular story, making it into novels, and she had enough for 9 novels. She had over 1 million words in her writing from this year. I'm like, you wrote 1 million words this year? And I was like, wow, that's nice. I mean, I'm almost at 1 million words, but she'd already written it before coming to the conference. So, but yeah, so I just shared everything. She'd ask questions, I share stuff. And then I learned a little bit from her too, because she was using some platforms I hadn't really heard of, and I'm just curious how she used them. But she bought me dinner on the last night, and she's like, you share so much information with me, and I learned so much from you. And I feel like I know what I'm going to do now, that I just want to buy this dinner for you. And I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, it was kind of cool. So that kind of goes with the futuristic. My top 5: developer, intellection, strategic, empathy, and consistency. I feel like that is like I don't know all of your work style. Like I know you wrote for a while and you were editing your stuff before you ever started releasing, so that you had a very clear publishing plan. So that is your strategic, probably. Maybe developer. I don't know as much about developer. Intellection. I don't know how that plays with the rest of your stuff, because I really don't know empathy or consistency as much. Empathy is probably way low. I don't know. I need to do the full thing to find out what mine are. Because empathy that's like a blue, because all the different strengths are put into different categories. And like all of mine are green, which means thinking. I think it's thinking or something like that. I don't remember, but something along the lines of thinking. And then strategic is its own category, which is purple. I should find my Clifton Strengths thing. It would tell me. But yeah, and then there's blue is for like all the relator ones. I think those are relator. Maybe that's what it's called. And yeah, I didn't have any of that. I'm trying to think. There was something else in my mind. Oh, this makes sense for this. Okay, your developer, intellection, strategic, empathy, and consistency. Again, I don't know how consistency falls in there, but those first 4 is exactly what I got from your character in your book. I've only read the one book. I have it. It's in my bookshelf somewhere. But I can't remember. I can see the cover. It has the girl on the cover with, it's kind of a slant and her arms are out, and I think there's like something flying or a bird or something. And yeah, that's what I felt like that embodies your main character. All right, anyways, let me go on. 500 words a day is ideal, but yeah, that would be nice. Oh, I have no idea why I formatted it like that. Probably because the copy and paste, if you did it from a PDF, or some websites, it takes out the the spaces. Writing every day and having a realistic routine makes all the difference in getting the words in. Yeah. I think for me, it's having a realistic writing routine, having realistic writing goals, not routine, because my day or my days are not often what I think they're going to be. And I think that I talked about it. I kind of came to this conclusion like earlier this week, and I said it in one of my chats this week, that we've talked about how like ADHD can be a superpower for some of us because we can hyper focus on stuff. And I think that also works against me. Like if I start off a day doing admin, forget me writing, because I'll hyper focus like on the admin stuff, and that's all I'm going to do that day. So that goes against having like routine. Like, I'm gonna write 500 words, and it's the opposite, or not the opposite, but the same. If I start a day off writing, I'm like, I know I need to get done. I need to go send that email. I need to respond to that person. I need to do this. That promo is about to end. I need to go apply to it. And I'll think of all these things I need to do for admin. But if I start the day writing, I'll think about it, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna go back to writing. I don't want to leave writing, and I get really super into my writing. So it's like I hyper focus on one thing at a time, and it's really hard for me to change gears during a day. It's just something that's really hard for me to do. I've done it. And sometimes I feel like I'm less productive when I do that. Like I get less done. Like if I can hyper focus a whole day on something, I get a whole lot done for whatever that thing is versus me splitting my focus. But yeah, developer is helping others grow. Oh, I like that. So developer, helping others grow. Intellection is really thinking about things. But the strategic really gets you doing things, because that's like a doer. The strategic ones are all doer things, doer traits. Yeah. Okay, let me go on. Where was I at? I keep seeing more stuff come up. Developer. Okay, here we go. This question is asking me, my work environment is organized and everything has a specific place. I feel stumped. Yeah, because I'm kind of, it's like organized mess for me. And I feel like you probably might fall under that. It's organized mess. It is organized. Things do have a place where they're supposed to go. But right now, this is the place it's going to go because this is where I need it right now. But in a little while, it's going to go back up where it's supposed to go. But I feel for you, you do have more specific places for things to go. Like I do have specific things to go where things are supposed to go in my head, but they don't always get there, even though I know they're supposed to get there until I know that I have no more use for it. Then I put it away. But if I put it away before I'm done with it, then I'll get it back out and then I get frustrated that I go back and pull it out again. It's weird. I have new covers. Not you. Oh, that's right. I do remember you saying that, but I don't know if I've seen them. I did them myself because I want more consistency from one series to the next. I mean, that makes sense. Wait, no, I did know that because I saw it on your site. Your site or Amazon? I don't remember. I saw the new covers. It wasn't you. You hadn't said anything, but I saw the new covers up. So, oh my gosh, yes, I'm an organized mess. So it should be yes to the question, but no, because I'm not done with it being out. So yeah, see, we're a lot alike. My desk is growing a stack of stack. I was gonna say something else there. Stacks of crap by itself. Mine do too. Like I like all my notebooks right here because I'm still trying to find my Facebook notes that I took for Facebook ads. I can't find them, but I know they're in here somewhere. But if I put them away, then I'm never going to look again for the Facebook ads anyways. But yeah, so it stays out. Yes. And then the piles. So I have piles everywhere too, but I know what the pile, I do too. I know what every single pile is on my desk. So if I go put them all away and then I need again, have to pull it all back out again, then I start getting cranky because now I've had to pull it all out again. Like down here, I have 2 piles of books here on the floor. I have 2 piles of books that are craft, publishing, and marketing books. And I pulled them out because I knew that I need to go through them to see what I might want to do for next year for a project. And then I didn't want to put them away because then I knew I was also going to be emailing someone about all these books. And then also I didn't want to put them away because I was also emailing my co-host for self-publishing tips and tricks because we were going to cover 2 different types of books, possibly from that same pile. And then talking with a couple people, whatever that was a couple of days ago. And we're like, okay, we're talking about next year again. So I didn't know I want to put these books away because I'm going to keep pulling them out and going back through them again. And good that I left them out because while I was on the video chat with them, I was like, oh, here it is. Here's the book I was thinking of. So yeah. Yes. Then I'm like, if I put them away, then I know that they're put away. But then I might be like, well, I need them again. And then I have to go get them. And most of my craft books are in the bookshelf on the other side of the room. So I started telling my husband I'm a genius error. I'm in my genius era. Read the chaotic piles. I was just listening to what's the name of that song? Dun dun dun. Yes, you probably got it from there because you're also listening to the soundtrack for K-pop Demon Hunters, where she says "fit check for my napalm era." I saw a YouTube short on that. EJ is the one who wrote the song with a co-writer, and she was just like doing the tune and she was like fit check like kind of just mumbling it, and the guy's like, did you say napalm era? And she's like, I don't know what that is. He was like, no, that fits, that's great. And that's how they came up with the line. Takedown. Yes. I was like, what's the name of the song? Yes, I'm actually in the middle of it. I have it like halfway through the song because the timer went off when I was in the middle of listening to this. So it's just as they're leaving the airplane. And right before, she says, fit check for my napalm era. So anyways, go through it. We're just going to do one more sprint. It's going to be an hour long. And that means that we might end a little bit earlier than 8:00 p.m. my time, which would be the 12-hour mark. But that's okay because I am getting tired. And it's like darker here now. And I lose energy with the sun. So I should have got up earlier and started earlier, but all right. The next and final question then for sprint number 9. Oh, it's not truncated. Would you rather write only dialogue for a scene or only description? So we'll come back and answer that question at the end for whoever's still here. I always find out like my last sprint, like there's like one person and there are 2 people left. It's usually JC and me at the very end. But you can still answer if you're not going to be here. I will still read your answer on screen if you want to answer it. So, oh yeah, she did went to the napalm era. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to go look at. Yep, that's the first thing I'm doing. All righty, let me get the sprint back up here again. Find the right tab. What did we just did? We did that one. Did we do kitties already? I think we did. Okay. Let me just put it on the screen. All right. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for being here with me today, especially if you've been here for many hours and you leave before I come back and I say goodbye. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. For everyone else who stays, we have 1 more hour left. And we'll start in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that was time on the last sprint. How did you do? And let me write down my stuff before I forget. I added 241 words. I think I got a third of the way through this second story. No, wrong one. I had to go and research something in my longer novel in progress because some of the information was the same in this. So, yeah, I'm only about a third of the way through this short story. I had a lot of placeholder notes that I needed to replace with actual more writing. So let's see where I left off. Oh, the question 2 as well. I got the hiccups again. It was the writer questions, would you rather write only dialogue for a scene or only description? And I would say that I would rather only write dialogue. That's actually mostly what I write now in my very first drafts, because I do a verbal vomit draft, and I tend to do mostly dialogue. And you can actually get a lot of description through dialogue. It's, it's a little bit more tricky, but you can get description through dialogue. So I would do only dialogue. I think I could do well with that. All right, let's see what you guys said. Left off with Rita sharing this video, which I did go watch it. It was really cute, and I saw the clones. Devin says dialogue. Whoop, whoop. That's the same I would say. Yep. And then Pasquale said, "Oh, that's a hard one." Yeah. If it was like 5, maybe 10 years ago, somewhere in that time range, I probably would have said dialogue. Sorry, description. Now I would say dialogue. But yeah, coffee, create, connect. JL says finally back. Found out my foster dog has an adopter. Kind of heartbroken. Want to keep her so bad, but financially can't take care of 2 dogs again. I just hope she'll be happy. Yes, that's the main goal, right? And I remember mentioning earlier when you said you had a foster puppy, I was like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know that I could like foster any animal and then not be able to keep it. Going to try. I mean, so I think that's really wonderful of you to be able to do that. I don't think my heart could handle it. I'm going to try to work on a manuscript to take my mind off things. How everyone else doing? Doing good. I was hoping I'd be able to touch like all 3 of the stories. They're my next 3 stories I'm going to give over to my readers. I mean, I still have time. They're on the first 3 stories, and the deadline is December 15th, which one finished already, and the other one's almost done. But the third one, she's still in the first story of the 3. Still got time. Still got a couple weeks, actually a whole month left, December 15th. So, but I was hoping I could touch at least all 3 stories today, but I only got through 1 and partially through the second one. But I am liking going back through them because I'm like, I can see how much I really like the stories. I think I'm just happy that I really like the stories, because my Kickstarter book I wasn't too happy about because of the way it made me feel. I think it came out fine. I mean, obviously it came out fine because it's now won 2 awards, but I didn't feel good about it for most of the writing. And so and then I started the 3rd book, which I felt really, really strong about, and I got a lot written. I have 100,000 words plus in it already. But I haven't written it since April, May. May might have been the last time I worked in it. I touched it and I read through all of what I had the first day of August, but I didn't add anything else. I just read it and did a little bit of revising here and there where it made sense without too much, because I don't know how much I'm going to keep. But I still haven't really been able to move forward. And I still really like the story, but I'm kind of stuck. Like, I know what I'm supposed to be doing with it, but I feel like I'm missing something. And I think I know what I'm missing, but I'm just like, ugh. So anyways, reading stuff that I feel good about is a good place to be. So Glenn says, I'm back for now. You know what I think it is for my novel work in progress? What I need is I need really dedicated time to dig into it, to get what I need into it, to get back to where I need to go, and to get back into the mind frame that I was in when I was writing this story. I was really enjoying it, but I don't have that dedicated time right now. And I have too many other things I'm trying to get launched and whatnot. So welcome back, Gwenna. That was little less than an hour ago, so I don't know if you're still here, but it was nice to have you back. Husband is doing his half of dinner, and I've got the oven hot for my half, so we're reading until then. Oh, what'd you read? I don't know if you're still here. And I have returned. Tonight's adventure hopefully over, and I can finally work on book stuff. Answer is I think it takes both. So hard answer. Yeah, I think to make a good story, you have to have both. But if you only could do one, dialogue is easier most of the time, she says. Oh man, I went through the whole test and now it's asking me to pay. Let's I need to find another test. Yeah, I don't know that, that you can find one that wouldn't be, that you have to pay, because the Clifton Strengths test is um, it's a well documented test that is, I'm trying to find the right words. I'm losing words. It's too late at night now for me. It's 7:38. I'm tired. I think it's, I have no idea what I'm trying to say. So it's definitely a test you have to pay for. I don't think you can find one that's free. And if you do, it's going to be a real cheap knockoff. I think it won't, I don't think, give you what you're looking for to like be able to match up correctly. Anyways, that's what I think. But I'm sorry that it would have to be something you'd pay for. Oh, dang, we're still going just for a little while longer. That was at 7:14. It's now 7:38. So it's only 24 minutes later. And now we're about to wrap up. Got a couple more comments here. Not my kid just coming up and yoinking my phone and running away. It took me 10 minutes to get y'all back. That's all right. Jocelyn called it a night. Thanks to Shane. Well, thanks for being here, Jocelyn. Good night, Jocelyn. Thanks for catching her, Morning Star. Good night. Answer 9. Only dialogue for sure. Twistier. Yeah. Definitely only dialogue. I can't write description to save my life. Oh, I can write description really well. I have overdone it in the past. I think I'm much better. I think I kind of made progress when I was in my master's program with that, which I graduated in 2013 with my master's. So, yeah. But that used to be like my go-to for everything. And I worked really, 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 really hard on dialogue after that. Stepped away to edit a video and continued editing. Spiraled a bit, but I just finished editing chapter 16. So you edit a video and also edited a chapter. That's really cool. You got a lot done. Read like 30 pages and had a good revelation of finally how to fix my first chapter for good. Oh, that's amazing. I bet that feels good too. There's lots of goods. Had a good revelation, fixed my chapter for good. Bet it felt good, right? Lots of goods. And have a great night. You too. Thanks so much for being here, Gwenna. Definitely dialogue for me. Yeah. Sounds like dialogue is like the answer for most people. Doing some fancy formatting for letters and authors. Can't wait for backers to see this. I love that. There was, as part of my fan, oh my gosh, I never even talked about my Romantasy Adventures today. I was going to. Oh, well. My Romantasy Adventures, there is the letter that you guys got in the mail that was with the second packet that was supposed to be water stained and broken or like torn and whatnot. And I was like, obviously I can't really do this water stained for you guys to go through the mail. Like it would just be crinkled paper. And I really wanted to have that look about it where it's stained like the ink and stuff. And so I used my graphics design program to really work on that look. And I was so proud of it. That's still my favorite piece I've made in the whole Romantasy Adventures. I know there's a lot of pieces in it. But I was like so proud of how that came out. Probably going to call it quits after this. Me too. Well, I did description first, a quick rough of what happens. Dialogue is last. So description for Morningstar. Thanks to Principal. Thank you for being here, Inka. Got 6K words in the bag today. My November manuscript just hit 40K in about 10 minutes ago. Wow. Awesome job, Inka. Made lots of great progress. And I don't know if that was, you said got 6K words in the bag. I don't know if you had like a daily goal, but that sounds like you're hitting what you want to hit. Same thing just happened with a different test. All I got from this one I took was growth mindset. Oh, so it kind of like summed it up for you. The Clifton Strengths and Coaching from Becca Syme changed my life. Yeah, it's done a lot for me to really understand how I work as a person. Especially when it comes to writing. Because I used to think, I used to think because I would think. That's what I'm about to tell you. I used to think because I would think. I would sit here and just like be thinking about things, my story, and I'd be playing things out. I'm sitting here. And this is in the beginning when I first decided to write full time. So I quit my job teaching. And, my husband was all for it. But, like if my husband came or something, I'd feel like I felt guilty for like not doing something. And I was like, but thinking is part of my process. I think a lot before I do anything. And I really couldn't understand. I was like, I kept feeling guilty about it. I kept feeling like I was supposed to like be doing something and not just thinking. And so, after taking the test and learning that intellection, which is like you sit there and you think about things, that's part of how I operate and how I'm able to accomplish the things I do. And I like how I do things. I like what comes out of what I'm able to do. That now I've come to be able to like my process as well. So that did, yeah, it really helped me too. The first one was $2. I'll pay for it, I guess. Oh, that's not bad. The second one was 30. I was gonna say I think $30 is that's the normal one that I've seen is $30, but I could be wrong. I took her training class. It was awesome. I haven't taken that. And I don't, is that one that's still up on her website? Probably is. But I went to her marketing conference. It was a couple years ago now, 2023, early 2023, I think. And it was marketing for your strengths, and that was really great. And that's awesome. Morningstar from Rita. Thanks, Miss Prince. Thanks, Pasquale. It was productive. Now ice cream. Ice cream does sound good, but we don't have any. LOL. I've got the hiccups because I'm hungry. Pasquale. Okie dokie. I'm out. Even I have TikTok live in the AM. LOL. Thank you for hosting all day. So fun. Thanks for being here, Rita. Can I just piggyback your results? Yeah, sure. All right. That was the last comment. So let's go ahead and take this off the screen. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming. If you do go on TikTok and catch Rita and Eva on TikTok in the morning, I know they're doing lots of cool things over there. And I'm trying to think. I'm sure there's lots of people that stream tomorrow. I just can't remember any at the moment. But I will be back again on Monday for anybody who's still looking for some writing sprints in the future. So thank you again for everyone coming, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye.